planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up again!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, Hacker Frogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool today. We're doing HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So this is Wednesday, June 10th, 2026, and what we're going to be doing today is 4 different topics. So we're going to be changing up one of the topics today, but it's pretty much what you see over here. We keep a schedule for our stream over on Discord and on Reddit. Oh, so Reddit is over here, and Discord is over here. But the first thing we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing a puzzle game called The Room. So The Room is a very well acclaimed puzzle game, and we're going to be playing through that. Hopefully we can get most of the way through it today, and that's going to be the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour, we were originally going to be doing some demos for the PicoCTF forensics challenges, but I wasn't able to get as much done on that as I'd like to. So what we're going to be doing instead is we're going to do an extended puzzle game segment where we're going to be solving some of the daily puzzles from thinkygames.com. So it's, well, we're going to dive more into puzzles today, and that's going to be the second hour of today's stream. In the third hour, we're going to be going to HackerFrogs AfterSchool. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool is a program that I wrote that teaches about cybersecurity across a bunch of different categories. And today we're going to be doing cryptography. Specifically, we're going to be learning about a very important mathematical operation to cryptography. And that's what we're going to be doing through the third hour of today's stream. For the fourth hour, we're going to be doing a free hacking challenge over at Vulnyx.com. The name of the challenge is called Tech, and it's a Windows box. So we're going to be talking about some different Windows hacking techniques, and hopefully we can finish the box within a couple of hours. But we'll see when we get there. So without further ado, we'll do the first part of today's stream for about 60 minutes. And hopefully we don't get too stuck on the puzzles in this game. But Aiden Hall says, you know The Room, the puzzle game? If you've played it, maybe you can help us out if we get stuck. But anyways, the room is over here. Let me put it up on the screen. And you should be able to see it now. 3D Code Warrior, hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Okay, so we'll set the volume to not too loud, hopefully. So the game audio, you should be able to hear it now. I'll make it a little bit quieter, because some people were complaining that the music was a bit too loud. And I think I noticed afterwards that there's actually a very loud clacking noise, like a clacking noise in the background of this puzzle. So let's go ahead and continue the game. The Room I played a lot. Awesome. I hear that there are like 4 or 5 different games in the series. Yeah, so this projector machine over here is making a bunch of noise. 4 on Steam so far, yeah. So, can you let me know if the clacking noise that the projector is making is very loud on the live stream? Let me know. So the other thing that we were trying to figure out is we're trying to figure out a puzzle over here where we had to spell out a specific word. And that specific word had to do with some sort of riddle that we were trying to solve over here. And it says something between earth and fire, between water and air. I cannot see it, but I can see its presence. Like shadow of an object without substance, yet betraying the shape and form of that which casts it. It is the final element, null. It brings meaning to the rest, just as all the numbers in the world are meaningless without their 0. So I think, so what I did was I created a little Python script that that brute forces through all of the possible words in the word tumbler over here. So the word tumbler over here, so the first slot has A, it's got C, it's got E, it's got I, and a bunch of other letters for the second slot, the third slot, and the fourth slot. And I wrote a Python script that that brute forces all the possible words that can be formed with the letters in the tumbler. So let me go ahead and show that to you over here. So if you want to take a look at the script I wrote, how long did it take? 5 days, 3 days, 3 minutes? Well, I don't know. But, oh, Python, because it's using Python, of course. It didn't take very long to execute, but we wrote this Python script over here, and it uses the dictionary in the Kali Linux, distribution of Linux that I use. And we found all these words over here. So there's something like, I don't know, something like 100 different words. And I think the word we're looking for is the word... Where is it? Well, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to copy the list over here, and I'm going to put it in chat. I almost did all the puzzles in this game. Awesome, awesome. So these are all the words that takes up quite a bit of room over here, and I think the word we're looking for is wake, W-A-C-E, because it's something that happens at the end. So it's like a celebration of life or something. You hold a wake for a person, and I don't know about it being in between anything, but we'll give this a try. So let's bring the game back onto the screen. Okay, so it's going to be W-A-C-E. Wake or woke? We'll try both. I can't tell if maybe that's not the right word. The other thing I can't tell is whether or not there's like a fifth letter that there's supposed to be here. You wake from a dream into the waking into the real world, so kind of awake. Awake. I don't know if we can do awake here. Was there a K in the last slot? No. Well, there is. What other words could it be? So I just I pasted all of the possible words that I got into the chat. You can take a look at here. Wake with a K, C is not there. So, I mean, what else could be in between? So this in between, this kind of shadow? Maybe an area? Maybe we can't see all of them because they're cut off. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It's not woke. What have we tonight? Yeah, so we're just doing a little puzzle game to warm up here, and then we're going to be doing some cryptography stuff later, and we're going to be doing some Windows hacking after that. So what of these other words could it be? So a call, a I really suspect that we need a 5-letter word, so we need access to the 5th letter. Access to the 5th letter. So the puzzle game is in English? Yeah, I mean this game is called The Room. You can see the name of the game up at the top. So we managed to solve a bunch of different puzzles like this one over here, and we've got an object which is this key, but I don't know if this key, I don't know where exactly this key is supposed to fit in. What pattern does it follow? So we're trying to come up with a word that has something to do with something that is in between. So let's see, a circular indentation. It seems to connect to the mechanism inside. We also have this lens here that we can look through. So this key doesn't go on either of these two. This is a hard puzzle. Aiden, are you familiar with it? Okay, so we already solved this part of the puzzle where you needed to form a bunch of numbers by looking at different angles. Up here at the top, yeah, I don't see anything. There's a star here. So there's a keyhole here, and above the keyhole there's there are these words. I guess the other thing we should do is we should just be looking out for something else that we could be manipulating. I don't see anything though. So there's a projector over here. I guess we might need to take a closer look at the projection device. Is there anything that we can manipulate? It smells of burning. So this over here, I'm assuming we need to put something inside, and then we need to light a match or something, make a spark. This object we already put in. There's nothing to see until I've got this contraption working. We need to make sure that there's no like hidden compartments or anything that we're missing. Oh, what is this? So this is some sort of hinge? Hidden compartment? I might not be on the puzzle you're on. Okay, okay. There's also this part with the key. So we wound that up. But there's nothing to be there. There's nothing to do here now. We might want to get a cheeky little hint, because we're kind of running out of things to do. It's locked up tight. There must be a way to get into it. Okay, and we don't put the key in here? Apparently not. Okay, let's get ourselves a hint. Okay, I need more parts to assemble this new contraption. I need more parts to assemble the new contraption. So I'm guessing the new contraption they're talking about is this thing? But where do you get the parts? We're looking for parts of this box that we could potentially manipulate. We figured out this puzzle, not this one though. We can't really do anything to this part of the puzzle anymore. So there's this blank letter here. Is there something on top? So let's take a look at the top. So the top is here. There's a star-shaped indentation. Is there anything to push or pull? I don't see anything. You're gonna hear a lot of me clicking, because that's what we're doing right now. Yeah, nothing. So if we look around, I don't see anything here. Hint time? Yeah, maybe. Clue 2, I need to look around. I need to look around for the missing parts. Okay, hint 2 is I need to look around for the missing parts. Look around. Okay, so we get a very high angle here. There are 2 golden knobs. Yeah, so we got something from this one. And we were spinning this thing around. Let's check out the other one. So the other one's over here. Oh, can we spin this? We can. Okay, so there's something here. What is that? A short piece of cotton, it smells of paraffin. Okay, so this must be what we need to burn in this contraption here. So we need to go in here, we need to put this in, and then we need to spark it, light it up, and now we put the key here. Okay, so this lights up, and now we can look through the keyhole. So I get the feeling there's more to what I saw. Would the eyepiece reveal anything? Okay, so that's a pretty not so subtle hint, so we can look through here. Trial. Trial. Okay, so maybe trial is... Well, I mean, this seems not so difficult, so just line it up. This. Maybe that's the wrong way. Okay, we can't rotate the thing in the center. Like... like that, maybe? Well, you know what? I think I'm going to solve this one first. So we saw the... So TR... AIL? Oh no, I misspelled it. IAL. But, I mean, it's still not moving. Okay, so... Alright, let's go back here and we'll try to solve this part again. So what is it looking for? I mean, this looks accurate, but maybe I've got it completely wrong. Okay, let's try looking at... Oh! I guess I should be using the lens more often. Okay. So what is it? What kind of are we looking for? A scary skull thing? Okay, now we got the letter L. Great. Now we can finish that puzzle. All right, where are we? Here. Okay, the letter L. One of the seals open, 2 more and I'm in. Okay, I guess I need to solve 2 more of these big puzzles. So what opens up? The Room is such a cool game. I mean, yeah, when you're not stuck, I guess it's a very cool game. So this key does not go in here. Okay. don't see anything. Is there anything to pull or push? Nope, nothing here. What about here? Put on my lens. So we don't... It's a safe dial, but there's a piece missing. Ooh, I see something. So that says 2E or 2 something over on this side. All right. Let's go over to the other. So this is the part with... Oh, I see. This is where you put the key probably. What's your strategy for these puzzles? Just a lot of experimentation. I don't really have like a... It's the right shape, but the hole isn't tall enough. So I guess you have to find some way to elongate this keyhole. I'm not too sure how you do that. Okay, there's nothing really to see here. Nothing to click. This part, what is this? It's a door knocker? We can't put our key here. MK Agency, hello, nice to see you here. What did you miss? Not very much. We're just warming up with a little puzzle game here. Knock once, knock twice. Or at least that's what I think I saw on the other side. So there's a bunch of different angles. Oh, there's a letter. Okay, let's read the letter. I asked my pet goldfish and even he stumped. Alright, so what does this say? It's a pity that they don't have like fonts that you can look at to make it easier to read here. It says May 8th. McAllister returns with the rubbings from Egypt. The pattern continues. The Tibetans called the null element space. To the Hindus, it's ether. And now, to the Babylonians, it is simply up, the other direction, the realm of Ishtar. Of yet more significance is the recurring presence of the hexagonal glyph. Okay? I've already solved it. The answer is definitely a potato. Probably. The same symbol represented repeated in cultures separated by countless centuries in the span of the globe. Who will tell me now that this is idle superstition at work? When my hands hold the final distilled sample, they will recognize me then. Presently, the skeptics have one more in their number. McAllister has quit my service. Okay, so we're talking about hexagonal shapes. So a hexagon. So something looks kind of like this. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can't make a symbol that looks like that right now, though. So this is note 2 of 7. Is there anything to... Okay, so looking at this through the lens, it's not anything here, but I see something here. So this is a 2 and a 5. The room should be renamed the Confusion Chamber. I mean, we're trying to work out our problem-solving abilities over here. So it looks like up is 5 and down is 2. Up is 5 and down is 2. Okay, let's try to remember that. So down is 2, up is 5, and there's no... we can't look from underneath. Up is 5 and down is 2. Maybe we can go up 1, 2. 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we go next door. And did this actually change? It's the right shape, but it's not tall enough. Okay. So, I mean, the only thing we can do is we can knock on this. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And nothing really changes. Huh. So I have 99 theories and 100 of them are wrong. That's that's too many theories. So we see here that we got the number 2, we've got the number 5, and it looks like something is raising up. There are 2 different positions. So this is like left and right, or up and down. It's a 5 and a 2. Oh, you know what? I missed something. So there's also this thing right here. It's a dial safe that there's a piece missing. I didn't necessarily miss... Okay, so one side has the safe dial thing. One side has the actual opening mechanism, maybe? My keyboard thinks the solution is ASD. Yeah, of course it would. Okay, and there's a keyhole here. We can't put the keyhole. We can't put the key in that hole. Actually... So let's try that one more time. So 1, 2, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't see anything change. It might be time for more hints. This still doesn't really help us out too much. Okay, give me a hint. So the lid of the box looks like the roll top. The lid of the box looks like the roll top of the writing desk. The lid of this box. Oh, I didn't take a look at the top of the box. Okay, well, we've got more stuff. So we got a bunch of different eye-looking things. And we're rotating them. Okay. Forensics report, the clue was hiding in plain sight the whole time. So this is the diagram that we saw in the note. What happens if we look at... Whoa, what is this? So it looks like we need to rotate this around until we can see something that looks like... I guess they were looking for that. Now what is this? Do we put the key here? And then we rotate it. Okay, and that opens this up. And we pull it out. There's another key. Okay, small cabinet key. I have more jokes about this. Of course you do. Alright, so is this the key for this one? Okay, and this is a cog. An enameled brass star. So this probably goes in the star-shaped... Oh, there's another key that we need to put in there later, maybe. So the brass star goes up here. Because there's another star symbol. And that was it. Alright, so there's another note. So it says June 21st. Take note of this date. It is the most significant in human history. I have done it. A human subject was required. The catalyst was my own being. Fatigued by my studies, I entered the chamber, without disabling the mechanism. When I regained consciousness, I had succeeded. The null element is beyond curious, being neither quite energy nor matter. I have already made great strides in its study, specifically in how it refracts the light. Tonight I opened the wine. Okay, my keyboard every day when I'm taking a nap. Nice. Alright. So we don't have to do anything with this anymore. There's some knights. We can't really do anything with them. So there's a white knight and a gold knight. There are 3 knights. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 knights. And they've got a brass ring. Okay. So this knight has a mace and it also has like a 2 squares inside of each other. Wait. What can we do with this? Okay, we can rotate this. We need to remember. This one has an axe. This one has nothing. This one has a sword. Okay, so we've got this ring now. So this thing, we should probably find something to put it on. Maybe here? No? Maybe we put the ring on the dial so that we can spin it. Yeah. Okay. So up, up. All right. So we got more numbers. So these numbers go up from 0 to 5, so there's 6 numbers. I think we saw this. Yeah, we saw... So the way we solved that puzzle was over here. Whoops. Yeah, so this one is left and right. Left 5... No, sorry, right 5, left 2. And that's how we solved that puzzle. So we got a key. Well, whenever there's a key, we need to put it somewhere. Is it for this one? What frogs use for trampolines, lily pads? Yeah, I mean, if you do a lot of gaming, then maybe, yeah. So the key doesn't fit like this. So we need to rotate it? Oh, okay. that. And this should be correct. Do we need to add something to it? Okay, this works. Spin it, and now we've got a circular plate with a star emblem. A circular plate with a star emblem. So we need to find the star thing to put it on. Here, again. A circular plate with the star emblem. So we're looking for like a circular... My cat thinks the solution is meow. So it's probably not up here. Where else could we put that? Maybe in here. Yeah. The second seal is open, just one more to go. I think I'm gonna turn up the volume a little bit on the game, because the really loud noise isn't really going anymore. So let's turn up the volume a little bit. And let me know if the volume's too loud. Meow, meow. So okay. Let's take a look. So there's we need to turn it clockwise. That's what the lens is indicating here. And we've got a bunch of gears. So we saw something like this up at the top. Up at the top over here? Where is that knight? This one. So this is another thing that we can spin around. Have no idea what the correct position is, though. So the only clue we have right now from the lens is that we need to spin this thing clockwise. What is this? It's a plate. So this plate indicates that a triangle has to point up. A triangle points up. There is like a key that goes here. Okay, there's nothing up top, I don't think. So what was the symbol here? So the symbol here is two squares, one inside of the other. Okay, and here okay, so that engages the gears. Can we spin the gears? Non est ad astra mollis e terris. It's a double insulated symbol, if that helps. Not too sure. It's hard to tell what exactly, but something is missing here. We've got an indication that we need to spin this thing clockwise. But we can't spin it. Okay, there's the symbol of the eye over here. Noest o astra mollis aeteris v. There is no soft star on Earth. There's no soft star on Earth. I think what we might need to do right now is we might need to figure out the correct position. Oh, okay. So spin the knobs. So these can spin. Maybe there's a missing cog. This doesn't... Oh, this does spin. Make it more complicated, why don't you? Okay, so what is this? So it looks like... So... We can't spin these. But it looks like we've got the symbols that we saw earlier. So there's the double square, and it looks like the notch is at the upper left. So upper left notch here. So, okay, that matches. And what were the other shapes? We see here that there's a square. Sorry, there's a triangle. And the triangle, we can't really change the... Oh, I guess we can. We can change the orientation of the triangle. Okay, let's check what the orientation of the triangle is supposed to be. So the triangle has to have the notch at the lower right. So triangle, notch, lower right? I mean, it's in position already. Yeah, okay. So what were the other shapes? Don't... Okay, so there's this one here, the pentagram. I think the notches match the current positions of the indicators. The current positions of the indicators? Hold on. Oh, yeah, maybe you're right. Okay, so we want the square to be... We want the square's notch to be upper right. Upper right. So this goes upper right. And let's double check. Okay, that's good. So that is the way, yeah. SysOS Master, you've got it correct. It's gaming time again. Hello, Christian Ring. Nice to see you here. It's gaming time here for the next 14 minutes or so. Okay, we need to move the indicator so that the drawer can open. Right. So we need to find the the triangle one needs to be lower left for triangle. Lower left. Yeah, lower left. And then for the pentagram is in the right position, in the correct position. We just need to find the double circle, and then we need to change the double circle to lower right. Lower right. But we need to find the circle thing. So where is it? I don't see it. I don't see it here. So it's not... Okay, David Ferguson, hello, nice to see you here. What's going on here? So we're just playing a little game. It's called The Room, and it's a very well-regarded puzzle game. We're just trying to figure out how to solve some of these puzzles. Can we take this cog off? No, we can't. We can't do anything to the cogs. Oh, is this it here? There's the circle. Okay. Okay, so we should be able to pull out the drawer now. So we have a cog and like a rubber band, an elastic band. Okay, great. So we just need to apply these to this puzzle. So I think we need to put the cog over here or over here. No, over here. Okay, well. Is it like a safe cracking? Is it like safe cracking? I mean, it's puzzle solving. Okay, so we can... What does this do? So we have a new compartment. A small screwdriver. Okay, so now that we've got the screwdriver, we should be able to unscrew this plate. Okay, we need to do this 4 times. We can drive the screws. Yeah. Okay, and then... What is this? So we stop the thing. A peculiar folding key. A folding key now. And I guess there's nothing else we're supposed to do here? Guess not. So we need to find some place... Well, there might be more things to manipulate with the screwdriver, and then we've also got this folding key. Where do we apply these things? Here? No? Yeah, don't reveal anything about yourself that you don't want other people to know. So where does the folding key go? So, I mean, there's no shortage of keyholes in this game. Just gotta find the right one. This one, maybe? Nope, doesn't look like that's it. Please drop the link to the puzzle so that we can try it. Yeah, I mean, you can get it from Steam over here. It's not super expensive. So there's still something missing over here. Something is missing here. The folding key, maybe? No? And then we've also got the screwdriver. We also need to be on the lookout for anything else that we could unscrew. So maybe over here? So this doesn't really do anything anymore. If we switch it over here... Oh, we also have the elastic band. So do we put the elastic band here? Maybe switch it over first? And then put an elastic band here? Where else could we apply this elastic band? Oh, maybe the elastic band goes in here. Hard to tell what, but something... Yeah, something's missing. When all you have in is elastic band, everything becomes an elastic band. Oh no, I deleted the room on accident. How exactly did you pull that off? Oh, okay. So there's this plate. Does the key go here? Nope. Does the screwdriver go here? Still no. Yeah, we haven't done anything with this plate yet. So the first thing we need to do is we need to find the key. Or someplace where we can put the elastic bands. So we got these knights over here. Let's just make sure that there's nothing hiding here. Nope. There's this drawer that we, Okay, we can put this back, but that doesn't really do anything. Is there something on the... Nope. Okay. So we've got some objects that we need to find interactions with. We've got the elastic band, we've got this small screwdriver, and we've got the foldable key. Okay, so this doesn't seem to move. We've solved this puzzle. Okay, we can't... So this doesn't do anything anymore. It looks like we need to connect these cogs somehow. Go check out the post that I hyped. Wait, I mean, does it have to do something? It doesn't have to do with the puzzles we're doing right now? Because this doesn't do anything. So the other thing we need to be on the lookout for is more screws. Because we can't do anything here. So it looks like this looks like some sort of pendulum. This panel here, there's a keyhole. No, but I will make a post to help you. You don't necessarily need to make a post to help. Not unless we're really stuck. And we're going to be finishing out this this segment of the stream in not too long. So we might be working on this the next time we look at the room. Okay. So maybe what we need to do is we need to take a close look with our lens. Can't do it right now because the next topic is about to start. No worries. No worries. So nothing over here. We can put this back in. I don't see any real benefit to it though. So we can't put the screwdriver to use with any of these knight figures. And it doesn't make sense to do anything with the elastic band. Why is this one golden though? I have to go now. No worries, no worries. Yeah, hope to see you again next time. So we can't... So the other thing that we need to do is we need to figure out something to do with the foldable key. Let's get a hint. It looks like a key, but I have not seen anything that shaped before. So this looks like a key. Oh, you know what? We should probably be taking a look at some of these objects as well. So maybe this will fit in a particular keyhole if we manipulate it first. Kind of like this. And what were those keyholes that... there was one keyhole that we needed to take a look at. Midas Touch? Yeah, the Gold Knight, huh? Okay, so there's a... Where was that keyhole? It was in this panel. So the key has to be like a square shape. So this... and then this... and then this. No, but how do we keep track of it? Because it's kind of finicky. The easiest way would to just keep it straight on like that. So what other combinations could we use? Oh, maybe we need to line it up with the bottom here. Yeah, and that might be it. Okay. So we go down to make... or maybe just this. This will... Will this fit? No, it won't. Maybe we add these other two? Okay, we'll come back to this next time, because time is up for this part of the stream. We'll put another 60 minutes on, and we're going to be doing more puzzle game stuff. Not this puzzle game, but other puzzles. Okay, so we'll quit the game, and we will put on some music. Oh, not this music, though. Alright. Okay, so if you want to check this out yourself, the name of the game is called The Room. You can find it over here. And what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be spending more time solving puzzles, because originally I was supposed to do some demos for some CTF stuff, but I wasn't able to get the preparation for that done in time. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to solve some of these easy daily puzzles over at thinkygames.com. So I mean, I like these little brain teasers, and we're going to try to solve as many of these as we can inside of our time limit. I'm not too sure whether or not we're going to be doing write-ups for any of these, because well, maybe that might I think that it might, what is the word, take away from the experience. Flanders fan, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, so we'll just play some music. Let me know. Spoilers? I don't know. Okay, so you should be able to hear the music. It shouldn't be super loud. Let me know how the volume is. You should be able to hear my voice pretty clearly above the music. But if the music's too loud, let me know. So we got Season 1 puzzles, Season 2 puzzles, Season 3. So we might as well start with Season 1 over here. Music is a bit loud. Okay, let's go ahead and lower the volume. Okay, making the write-up could spoil things for others. Making the write-up could spoil things for others. True, true, true. Okay, so we're going to be solving a bunch of puzzles. How to play. Our thinky friend is on a puzzling adventure. When you've read the intro story, press reveal puzzle to see the puzzle and learn its rules. So steps echo through the labyrinthine streets. A mysterious silhouette closes in on our thinky hero as they dash away. Reveal the puzzle. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Let's make... Can you see the explanation all right? Because I want to make it nice and big, but not too big. Alright, so it's a shadowy pursuit. This is puzzle number 1. And this is a simple path puzzle known as a Hamiltonian path puzzle. Trace a path from the exit to the entrance to the exit, passing through every space along the way. So we need to make a path, we need to occupy all the squares by the time we get to the exit. Okay, keep in mind that the path must pass through every cell in the grid before reaching its destination. The path does not pass through the shaded cells, so we can't go through these black squares. And the path can never branch nor cross itself. So this seems pretty simple. We just need to make sure that we cover all of the squares from the entrance to the exit. So we need to... Just make sure to make a little zigzaggy pattern like this. And this brings us to the exit. And we've also managed to cover all of the squares, so this seems to qualify. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so we solved it. Alright, let's move on to the next puzzle. So that was puzzle number 1. Next puzzle. So this is puzzle number 2. So puzzle number 2, an alarming sound. So our thinky friend is on a puzzling adventure. Ring. The whole bed seems to leap into the air. Phew, it was just a dream. Now how to turn this thing off. Okay, so we'll reveal the puzzle. And what's going on? So puzzle rules. This is a connect link puzzle. A number link variant that adds the rule of visiting every cell. Connect matching numbers by drawing lines between them. Keep in mind that every cell in the grid should have a line going into or through it. So we need to make sure that all of the squares or all the cells in this grid have a line that goes through it. Okay, so each line must start at a number and end at its matching number. So the lines have to eventually lead to its matching pair, and lines can never branch nor cross themselves or each other. So I guess we just need to make, let's make this bigger. Ooh, we can't make it bigger. Huh. Hold on. Okay, so this makes it so that the puzzle is taking up as much space. Reminds me of free flow and iOS. I bet we're going to see a lot of common things that we've seen before in other puzzles. So we need to make sure that all of the lines, all of the squares in the grid are occupied at the end. So that kind of points me at connecting this over here. And then for the number 2, not completely sure. But the number 3 is spread really far apart. So it might be something like this. And we'll just work through this as best we can. But so that means maybe the number 9 needs to be connected. Oh, but we can't connect the number 9 like this because this blocks off the numbers. Actually, it doesn't block off the number 7. Okay, so we can do that, and then we can do this. 9 goes around, right. And then maybe 2 can go like that. 5 needs to go like this. And then 6 can do that. 1 can do that. 11 does this. Okay, so this wasn't as hard as we thought it would be, but yeah, we need to think a little bit. Is that it? I guess that's it. Okay, the alarm clock is finally silent. Wait, did our friend just press the snooze button? Okay, we'll move on to the next puzzle. So that was puzzle number 2, and next is puzzle number 3. Okay, well, so the perfect day starts with perfect slippers, and our thinky friend, of course, has a very overly elaborate method for picking them. Overly elaborate. Okay, so we'll reveal the puzzle. And what is going on here? Alright, let's take a look at the puzzle rules. So it says here, look for hidden clues in the puzzle image and try to find the secret word. Once you've found the answer, type it in and press submit. So we're trying to figure out... Okay, look for any clues that might indicate the format of the answer and work backwards from there. Find connections between different elements in the puzzle. Not all details will be important, so try to identify which elements are relevant to the answer. Finding the answer may require multiple steps. If your answer seems like gibberish, it's probably not correct. Try to see if you've missed a step. Okay, so everybody, if you want to try this out yourself, this is the link here. And so we need to find some sort of hidden word. So look for the hidden clues in the puzzle image and try to find the secret word. Okay, let's make this nice and big. Okay, so this is as big as we can get it. Although I guess we could also put this in a new tab, just the image itself. Okay, so we've got a bunch of different letters. So M, A, K, E, Q, D, W, N, P, N, O, B. Let's record this. So M, A, K, E, U, D, W, N, P, N, O, B. So we need to find some word that has all these letters. And this is just scrambled up. So the words are So the answer here is nighttime and daytime. So daytime is orange and nighttime is green. So what does the answer key indicate? So longest nighttime and then longest daytime, and then shorter nighttime and shorter daytime. Huh, this... So let's think about the different times that are indicated by the clock. So this is 4:35. Short is 4, long is 7. Oh, okay. We need to pay attention to the long and the short ends of the clock. So short points at 4, long points at 7 for green. And we also have the orange. So short points at 6, long points at 10. Short points at 6, long points at 10. So we need to make... We also have the second hand, but I'm not too sure where the second hand really... Oh, no, there's also the second hand in the key over here. Oh. Are we supposed to go long? So long green is 7. Long green is 7, and then short green is 4. And then second hand orange is 12. And second hand green is 11. So this might have to do with the position in the words for these slippers, or the slippers themselves. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's probably it. We just need to... Okay, so it's second hand green, and then hour hand orange. Or hour hand orange is 6. And minute hand orange is 10. So we just need to... So this is the order here, and we're going to map these to the slippers. So 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so that's W. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 is E. And then the next one is 12. So 12 is B. And then 11. 11 is O. 11 is O, and then 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is D. And then 10. 12, 11, 10. Okay, this is not a real word. So if we're going by that... then it looks like this. So that doesn't look like an actual answer. So it's not that. But I think we do need to pay attention to these, to the numbers. So 7, 4, 12, 11, 6, 10. Or our counting is wrong. So the other thing about the answer key, there are arrows, right? So there are arrows. They're pointing down. What does that mean? So are we supposed to... So is this one on the left? So the leftmost one is I mean, this is what we did right now. The leftmost one is maybe the Y and the G use a different indexing. The Y and the G. So this is the hour, the minute hand for green, and this is the minute hand for orange. The yellow and green clock. Oh, okay, yellow and green. They use different indexing? So this one does... So green uses counterclockwise, and orange or yellow uses clockwise. Or maybe what we need to do is we need to find the words in the positions. So 7, we need to find the letter in the 7th position, right? I think that might... But there are multiple letters in the first position here. So that, I don't know if that is what we're supposed to do. FTB and BTF. FTB, what does FTB stand for? What does BTF stand for? So this, if we go back to the puzzle, it's supposed to be front to back and back to front. Oh, you mean little endian and big endian? Oh, if we're talking about like byte order? Okay, so maybe, yeah, maybe the green one is left to right, and then right to left is the other clock. Yeah, that might be it too. So in that case, it is 7 and 4, which is W and E, and then orange is okay. Let's let's keep track of this. All right, so we got our text editor here. And we need to keep track of which color it is in this case, right? So this is green, this is orange. What were the other ones? This is green. This is orange and orange. Okay, so if this is the case, then it is W, E, and then 12 from the going backwards. So if it's 12 going backwards, it is M here. And if it's 11 going forwards, it is O. I don't know if this is the right way. So if it's 6, I mean 6 either way is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is W. And then 10 going backwards, 12, 11, 10. This is K. And this doesn't seem to be the correct answer either. Maybe we need to get a hint on this. So I'm pretty sure that we got the right thing going with the order being correlating with the different hands on the clock. There are too many ways to think here. I mean, this is pretty common with like CTF stuff. There's a bunch of different ways you could be solving this. So the arrows here, let's get a hint. Let's get one hint. Okay, so first hint is the 6 vertical lines at the top hide the answer. The 6 vertical lines at the top hide the answer. Now, what else in the image has lines that vary in width and length? Okay, so we figured this out. So we'll move on to the next hint. Can you match each line to a hand on one of the clocks? which hands correspond with which clock. So I'm pretty sure we figured this one out as well. So the next hint is there a way to associate each pair of slippers with a number? Each pair of slippers with a number. Yeah, I mean, we can go in the order. Each pair of slippers has to correspond with a number, so the number 7 slipper is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's this one. Okay, next. The images and positions of the slippers aren't important. The images and positions of the slippers aren't important, but there's something else about each pair of slippers that is the key. The images and position. Okay, so the images of the slippers and the position of the slippers are not important. So are we only dealing with the name of the slippers and the letters? So we were going by... So this is... The problem is that there are multiple slippers with the same letters in the first position. So W, B, P. We need 12 identifiers somehow. So the hint says the images and position of the slippers aren't important. So we don't need to care. We don't need to care about where these the order of these slippers are. So how do we identify which one is 1 and which one is 12? So, I mean, if we're looking at this pair of slippers, I'd say that O is in the second position, so this is number 2. But maybe that's not it. Maybe it's the... We can't be going by the length of the names of the slippers, because there are too many that are in the same neighborhood. Maybe it's the positions of the letters in the alphabet. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That doesn't really work either. Because there's letters that are... So the 7th letter... Let me think. Let's think about it like this, right? So if it's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, like this, and we were to label them, yield event 11, 11. So if we're just going by like positions in the alphabet, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like this. And if we do it like that, then it's 7, which is G, G, and then 4, which is D. This is already going off the rails. 12 is L. Yeah, this does not begin to spell a word. EL event is 11. Where is it? EL event is 11. 12. So this is 11. This is 12. This is Moon Eyes. Moon Eyes is 2, because 2 eyes. Pet Ends is Cyan Slippers. The numbers are in the text. The numbers are in the text. Walrus Event. Cat Words. Okay. So nay time, nay time. I mean, if we need to map these to We need to map these to both numbers and letters. Cat2RDS. Cat words is 2. Oh, yeah, I see the word 2. Yeah, okay. That might be, yeah, that's probably, you're probably onto something. So cat words is 2. So 2 is D. Let's write this out. Okay, so we got, let me see if I can do both of these at the same time. Whoops. That's a bit hard to see, but that's okay. Okay, so nay time equals 8, because I see the number 8 here. 8. Nay time equals 8, and then aloof Ouroboros is 4. This is 4. 4. Okay, and 12 monkeys is 12. And EL event is 11. EL event equals 11. And then quasi-ray, X-ray, quasi X-ray is 6. Quasi X-ray is 6. And then cat words is 2. And walrus event is 7. Okay, and then macaroni next. 12 monkeys is 1. 12 monkeys is 1? Wait, then where's 12 then? Jokes, of course. Joining Tsunomi, hello, nice to see you here. Walrus event, where were we? Macaroni next is where's the word? 9 for okay, 9. N-I-N-E. Yeah. Okay, so that's 9. And pet ends is 10. Pet ends is 10. Okay, lo-fi then is 5. 5. Okay, and moon eyes is 1. And both reads is 3. Okay, so we've got our... we also need to associate these with letters. So nighttime is M. So this is M. Aloof Ouroboros is 4 and A. 12 monkeys is 12 and K. EL event is 11 and E. Quasi X-ray is 6 and U. Cat words is 2 and D. Walrus event is 7 and W. Macaroni next is 9 and N. Pet ends is 10 and P. Lo-fi then is 5 and N. Moon eyes is 1 and O. And both reads is 3 and B. Okay, so let's make this nice and big then. So we've got our map. and we've got our numbers. So 7, 4, 12, etc., etc. Actually, let's make this a little bit smaller so that we can fit everything on the screen. Okay, so 7 is W. 4 is A. 12 is K. Oh, this is gonna spell wake up. 11 is E. 6 is U. And 10 is P. 10, where is it? P. Okay, so the hidden word is wake up. Alright, that took a while. That took longer than it should have. But let's go and solve the puzzle. Okay, so wake up and submit. And that was it. Okay, now that they have a comfy feet, it's time for breakfast. Okay, we can move on to the next puzzle. Thanks for the help, everybody. Alright, so let's do puzzle number 4. Here's the link. Okay, so it says, not even perfect slippers can save the day from a broken coffee machine. Maybe pressing the right buttons will fix it. We'll reveal the puzzle. And what is this? Okay, so the puzzle rule says, this kind of puzzle is known as a star battle. Star battle, specifically a 1-star battle. Place 1 star in each region, ensuring that there are no other stars in the same row or column, and that no 2 stars are next to each other, including diagonally. Okay. Can we make this a little bit bigger? Yeah, okay. So keep in mind that there can only be 1 star in each row. So each row can only have 1 star. There can only be 1 star in each column. So we can't have 2 stars in the same column. There can only be 1 star in each region. So each of the regions are these spaces that are demarcated with the solid black lines. So this is a region, and this is a region, and this is a region, and this is a region. Okay, and stars cannot be next to each other vertically, horizontally, or diagonally. So they can't be diagonally next to each other. Okay, and it says you can right-click a cell to tap. You can right-click a cell or tap it twice on the mobile to cross it off. Use this to remind you where stars cannot go. Oh, this is kind of like this is kind of like Minesweeper a little bit. Okay, so we know that each region has to have 1 star. So this has to be a star here. And this has to be a star here because there's only 1 square that it can go in. Can I make this bigger? Okay, so this is as big as we can get. This is as big as we can get the grid. Sudoku Minesweeper, kind of, yeah. So this kind of reminds me of Sudoku, a bit like Minesweeper. So we know that. So the stars can't be next to each other. So this is no go. These are all no go. So these are all no-go. There needs to be, the T needs to be in the lower middle. The T needs to be in the lower middle. Lower, so this inverted T, lower middle, so right. I mean, we can't put, we could potentially put the star here, but we can't have the stars in the same row. And we can't have the stars in the same column. So, I mean, this... So if they need to be in the same... Yeah. So this is no-go. Well, they can't be in the same row or column. So they can't be here. They can't be here. They can't be here. And they can't be here. So that... I mean, that eliminates a lot. And so there's only going to be, there needs to be one star in each section, right? So that means there's only going to be one here. There's only going to be one here. There can only be one star in each region, right? So the can't be an island with other shape. The other shape needs one. Okay, so if we're putting it here, then these are all eliminated. So this one, this inverted L, that means that the star can only go here, which means that this can not be used. And what are we missing? We're missing 2 stars. No, 3 stars. So there has to be a star here, which means that it can't be here. And which means there's a star here, which means that stars can't go here, which means the last star has to go here. And it looks like that's it. Okay, great. I mean, that was a pretty good, it's just deduction. After you figure out a few of them, it becomes a lot easier. Okay, let's move on to the next puzzle. I wonder how many more we can solve before we run out of time. Okay, so this is puzzle number 5. And let's go ahead and read the description. So, as if the day weren't puzzly enough already, it's time to check out the puzzles in today's paper. This looks like Sudoku. But it's probably not exactly Sudoku. Okay, so what does it say here? So this is irregular... Alright, can I make this bigger? So this is irregular Sudoku, a variant of Sudoku that introduces unusually shaped regions. Fill every cell in the grid with numbers 1 to 6, making sure that each number appears only once in each column, row, and region. Keep in mind that numbers can only appear once in the same row, okay? So the same row cannot have more than one. Numbers can only appear once in the same column, so each column and row has to have distinct numbers. Numbers can only appear once in the same region, so we can't have 2. So each one of these regions is exactly 6 cells large. Okay, each region must contain the numbers 1 to 6. So I mean, I am not very good at Sudoku, but I'll give it a try. Alright, so let's see if we can we make this, let's make it as big as we can. This is about as big as I can get it. I see all the options for 6, so we begin with that one. So all the options for 6. Alright, so... yeah, so it looks like there has to be a 6 over... there has to be a 6 over here. Because we need to make sure that... and that means 6, 5, 2, 1, 3, 4. So this has to be a 4. Like that. Okay? And what else? So there was 6, 2, 2, 4, 6, something, 5, 3. So this has to be a 1. Alright, and then... so this one's almost solved as well. So 1, 3, 6, 2, it's missing a 4 and a 5. So we've already got a 4 here, so this has to be the 5. Which means that this has to be the 4 over here. What else? So 5, 4, 6... 5, 4, 6, something, 3, 1. So 5, 4, 2. So this has to be a 2. And what other... so, okay, so this means that this has to be the 5 over here. So 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So this has to be 5. And then... we can figure this one out as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this has to be 2. Okay, and so there's not. So where are the regions where it might be easiest to figure it out? So there's 2 missing here. All the 2s only have one option. All the 2s only have one option. Okay, let's investigate that. So we got 2s here. And then in this row we've got the 2. In this row we don't have the 2. 1. The 2 has to be... For this row, the 2 has to be here. Okay, Red Sly Fox, hello, nice to see you here. And Elvis Kid, Elvis Cad, hello. Hello, nice to see you. So is the 2 here? So because if the 2 is there, then this has to be a 3. The 3 has to go either here or here. So I mean 3 here kind of makes sense. The shapes can only have one. Yeah, the shapes can only share one letter as well. Okay, so Elvis Kid says third column 4 on the 4th. So third column 4 on the 4th. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this has to be 4. Does it have to be 4? I mean, it makes sense. So if 4 is there, then that means that the 1 has to go here. Okay, and then... So the where else are we missing a 2? So this row also has to... So this has to be the 2 over here. So 2 here. And that means 1, 2, 3. So this has to be the... Ooh. That can't be the 4. That can't be the 4 because there's already a 4 there. So this has to be 4. How does this mess me up? But it can be the 3. This one 3. This one 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this works. Nope, you were lucky. What's the current activity? We're currently... Oh, you know what? I forgot to change up my overlay. Just a second. So we're currently doing daily puzzle challenges. And we're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool afterwards. Okay, so we're just doing a modified Sudoku puzzle. So 6, 5, 4. Oh, okay, I mean we've got a 3 over here. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so that means there has to be a... So that means this has got to be 6, and this has got to be 1. What's your advice to level up your pen testing skills? The advice to level up pen testing skills is to do a lot of CTFs and take a lot of good notes. Try to cover CTF boxes that have things that you haven't seen before. It's okay to look up. It's okay to look up boxes that cover specific technologies and not go in completely blind. If you want to make progress with specific technologies, like if you want to get better at like Docker hacking, look for challenges that deal with Docker. If you want to get better at file upload attacks, look for challenges that deal with file upload attacks, etc., etc. Okay, we're pretty close. We're pretty close. We just need to figure out this column here. So this is a 3. And then this is a 1. And this is a 6. And that's it. I'm pretty bad at Sudoku, but thanks for all the help, everybody. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Alright, so this is puzzle number 6. Okay, so what's going on with the storyline? So drip drip, fear not, just another plumbing puzzle to crack. So is this going to be rotating pipes and stuff like that? Henzo says, CTFs really consume my brain power. I can't do more than one challenge a day. Which CTF challenges are you talking about? Are you talking about CTF boxes, or are you talking about like other types of CTF challenges? The important thing is that you take good notes, because if you take good notes, then you'll be able to look up the syntax, just in case you have to deal with the same technologies again, and you'll remember what the commands were that got you, that managed to help you solve the previous challenge. Okay, so... Okay, let's read about this. This looks like a type of plumbing game. So this is a Hamiltonian plumber's puzzle, a puzzle type first created in 2021 by Port Ponky, a developer of Thinky games, recursed and only sliding. So let's see, what do we have to do? Connect matching shapes by drawing pipes between them, ensuring no space is left empty. Okay, Shredark asks, can we ask questions about incident response? You can ask, yeah, you can ask any questions you like. I might be a little bit slower to getting to answer them. So Henzo says, hack the box Windows, Linux, and web challenges. Yeah, I mean, you know, definitely don't burn yourself out on CTF challenges. Work at a pace that you can manage. Cypher says, I need to do more machines, but they just take up so much time. They really do. So, I mean, the thing is that you want to be learning new skills. If you come across challenges that are... You might want to do challenges and just, you know, let it surprise you and see if you can solve them. The other way to approach it is to look up challenges that deal with specific topics, which is what I was talking about with Henzo, or Hens, O-Y-T. Okay, so what we're talking about. So make sure that no spaces are left empty. Keep in mind that each shape on the outside of the grid must be connected by pipes to its matching shape, and only to its matching shape. Okay, so we need to connect this square to the other square, and we need to connect the circle to the other circle. Pipes can only cross each other or themselves at the given crossing points. Pipes always go straight through a crossing, not taking a corner. So they will always go through, and they will never bend around. Okay? Pipes cannot cross anywhere else, only at the crossing points. Okay, so we can't make pipes that intersect each other. Crossing may not have any disconnected sides. A crossing may not have any disconnected sides, so we can't have pipes that go into nothing. Every cell in the grid must have a pipe running through it, so we have to make sure that there are pipes going through every square in the grid. And pipes must not branch. So the pipes have to have a definitive beginning and end. Okay, so let's go ahead and start drawing these things. So we need to connect them. We need to connect the squares to the squares. And we also need to make sure that we cover every cell in the grid. So I guess we're going through here. But if we go through here... Okay. So I think we definitely need to go this way. And this needs to go this way, because we need to cover all the squares in the grid. So we need to go... Didn't it say that the pipes can't intersect? The pipes can't intersect. So this would go in here. They can only intersect at these cross blocks over here. So this one, and this one. So this would, this needs to go through like this. And like that. This needs to go through. Oh. Huh. Hold on. Man, this is kind of complicated. Maybe we need to start from up top here. So we need to get this over to... So these, whenever you cross through one of these intersection pipes, it has to go straight through. So maybe we could do something like this. This we need to go down, and then... So if we're thinking about the square... This needs to go through. This doesn't quite work. This is tough. Well, I mean, this is tougher than the other one that I was doing. Anyways, if you want to give this a try yourself, here's the link. Let's reset again. So this can go all the way down like this, and then... Because we need to make sure to hit all of the squares. This can go immediately down. We can't do it like this because the pipes can't intersect with each other. I don't know, maybe like that. And then this one can go... So this needs to go straight through, so this kind of gets in the way of what we're trying to achieve. Up here, and then... Dang. Okay, let's restart again. So we need to go this way unless we're coming down and entering there as our escape. But we can't do it because we need to move the square to the other square down here. So we can go up like that. This can maybe go... like this, and then maybe this one can go through like this. So it has to end up on the other side. But if that's the case, Does this work? You don't have to start at the beginning. That's true, that we don't have to start at the beginning. Yeah, this doesn't work because there's some rule we didn't follow. So this goes up like this, and then this connects. This also connects. We hit all of the we held the squares. So what's invalid about this one? So pipes may not branch. We don't have any branching pipes, I don't think. This connects, so square connects to square, and circle connects to circle. Yeah, why doesn't this qualify? If you see a reason why this doesn't work, let me know. So this goes down, then to there. This goes up and then around, and then down, and then up to here. But I mean, if the puzzle is solved, then they would automatically say that it's solved. Need to use all the crossings. We need to use all the crossings. Hold on. Let's go back up. So a crossing must not have any disconnected sides. Oh, okay. So we need to use all the crossings. Joan and Shinobi says, I think you should look at what gives you the most options in terms of routes. At the moment, you're constrained by your own pipe placement. Presumably, each cross section needs to be filled in first. Okay, I mean, can I make this bigger? Yeah, I can make it a little bit bigger. So each cross section needs to be filled in first. So this needs to go through like this. This needs to go through like this. This needs to go through like this. This needs to go through like this, because all the cross sections have to be filled out. So we just need to find a way to connect all these then. Okay, so I think so the crossings all need to be run through. We need to run through all the crossings. And then we would connect it like that, maybe? And then this one, maybe like this. And then this one, the other thing is that they can't really connect. So this is not valid because it says something about how they can't branch. Pipes must not branch. So this is a branching pipe here. We could do something like that, maybe? I don't know. So it says, I solved it. You need to circle only the crosses at the top, most of them bridge. Circle only the crosses at the top, most of them bridge. Okay, so we could go like this. And then we need to connect either here or this way. So this Okay, so it has to be one continuous run, basically. I love this one. It's getting closer and it's tense. Alright, so we've got the circle one. It goes up like this. And then we got the square one. It goes like that. The thing is that I don't see how it wouldn't... If it goes through... Okay, the circle only crosses at the top most bridge. The circle only crosses at the top. The circle... My solution is Discord in case you want to have a look. Yeah. Let's see if we can solve this in the next 5 minutes, and then we can move on to the next topic. All right, we'll put 5 minutes on the clock. So the constraints are that we need to make sure that all of the intersections have stuff going through them, right? So it has to be like this, it has to be like this, it has to be like this, like that, and like that. This is not negotiable. It has to be this way. So in the cross sections over here, they only ever go through. They never take a bend. They never turn a corner. After they exit, then they can take a corner. And then we got so this probably connects like this because this needs to move around. Connecting like this, maybe? No, that's not it. So it would be like that. So if it's like that, then this would have to... connect like... this. This can connect like this. And then this can go down and up and around. They can't branch. So up, over, down. Oh man. You must cross 2 streams only once. 2 streams can cross only once. So this would go down and around, and then up like that. This would go up here. Yeah, I mean, we covered all the squares, and we're using all the intersections. So this goes up, and then through there. No, this goes up. Oh, this goes to the wrong hole. This goes to the wrong right. The solution's in Discord. Okay, we'll take the L on this because I'm obviously not good at this. Let's take a look at the Discord. Okay, so what do we got? We got these pipes going this way and these pipes going this way. And then we've got... Oh, interesting. So this goes up and then through here. And this can... go like that. Then it can go down and around like this. This connects up here. And this goes to the square, the circle. So this goes up to the circle. This one takes a very convoluted path up to the square. And we're done. Great. Wow. Okay, nothing like a shower with a good water pressure, but the peaceful relaxation won't last long. So this was, I'm fearful for solving more difficult puzzles, because this was a 2 out of 5 puzzle, and I didn't have a good time. But you know what? Maybe we need to do more practice with these kind of puzzles to get it. Alright, so if you want to do number 7 without us, that's fine. We're going to be continuing here next time. Alright, everybody. And thank you very much to SysOS Master for the assistance on the last one. Let's move on to the next part of today's stream. Okay, so we'll put 60 minutes on the clock, and then we'll start talking about cryptography. Or math concepts, anyways. Okay, and let's see. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Alright, everybody, we're going to be doing our HackerFrogs AfterSchool topic, and we're going to be talking about XOR. So we're going to be talking about cryptography. If you're not good at math, it's fine, because we're all not very good at math over here. Well, not everybody's not good at math, but I'm not good at math anyways. So if you want a list of all the links we're going to be using. Well done, these are tough. Thank you. Well, you know, boring logic operators. Okay, so XOR, we're going to be talking about this mathematical concept. We're going to be talking about cryptography. We're going to be using this website right here called cryptohack.org. If you don't have an account over there, you can make one for free. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into this. So we're doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool, Cryptography Basics, session number 4. So in the last session, we learned about the following cryptographic concepts. We learned about a bunch of different classical cryptography. We talked about the Vigenère cipher, which is a type of symmetrical substitution cipher where each character is substituted according to its relation to a key, which is a word or a phrase. We talked about the rail fence cipher, which is a transposition cipher where the plaintext content remains the same but is rearranged according to a specific system. So in this case, we're putting all of these letters across a grid and separating them out into different chunks. In this session, we're going to be talking about the XOR operation, we're going to be talking about XOR properties, and then we're going to be talking about how to brute force using the XOR operation. So what is this XOR operation we're talking about? XOR is a bitwise operator which can be performed between 2 or more numbers and returns the numbers 0 if the bits are the same and 1 if they're different. So 1 XOR 0 equals 1. Yeah. See, it's boring. Well, this is a very important operation to a bunch of different cryptographic concepts, so we need to learn about the XOR operation. Okay, so because XOR is a bitwise operation, non-binary numbers must be converted into binary before XOR can take place. So for example, if we've got the number 10, which is this number in binary, let's do a sample XOR operation first, just to, you know, illustrate what's going on here. So if we've got it's an operation, spell it correctly, between 2 binary numbers. The operation returns 0 if the numbers are the same. And returns 1 if the numbers are different. Which means that so 0 XOR 0 equals 0. 1 XOR 1 equals 0. 1 XOR 0 equals 1. And 0 XOR 1 equals 1. XOR becomes fun when you've got a cipher key. That's true. Okay, so we just need to follow these simple rules, and we can do the XOR operation. Okay, so here we see that the result of XOR between the decimal numbers 10 and 8 is 2. So we've got decimal 10 and decimal 10 and decimal 8, and we do the XOR operation between these two numbers. We first have to convert them into binary, so 10 is 1010 and 8 is 1000. And if we take a look at these first two digits, so 0 and 0 equals 0, 1 and 0 equals 1, 0 and 0 equals 0, and 1 and 1 equals 0. So this gives us a result of 2, which in binary is 10. So 10 in binary is 2 in decimal. Okay, it's also possible to do XOR operations between ASCII characters, since each character can be represented by a binary number. So if you remember your ASCII encoding, the lowercase h is decimal 102, and ASCII capital F is decimal 70. If we convert these over to binary, then they look like these numbers here. And then if we do the XOR operation between the binary numbers, we get this result in decimal, which is the ASCII character dot or period. Okay, so if you follow the bitwise operation, so 0 0 equals 0, 0 1 equals 1, 0 1 equals 1, 1 0 equals 1, 0 0 equals 0, etc., until we get this number here, which is the number 46 in decimal. Okay, so to first learn about XOR, we're going to be doing an exercise from CryptoHack. It's called the XOR starter. So let me go ahead and get the link for everybody. It is over here. I think you should be able to see it even if you're not logged into the website. Okay, let me just do a quick check to see if you can look at this exercise without being logged in. You can look at the exercise without being logged in, but you can't submit your flag. That's fine. Okay, so this is the XOR starter. So they're basically explaining what the XOR operation is in the description of the challenge. It says XOR is a bitwise operation which returns 0 if the bits are the same and 1 otherwise. In textbooks, the XOR operator is denoted by a cross, or a circle with a cross through it. So it looks like this. But in most challenges and in programming languages, you will see the caret used instead. So if you ever see this symbol used in programming language, it's probably indicating an XOR operation. Okay, and then we've got, well, the kind of outputs I was talking about before. So 0 and 0, if you XOR them, you get 0. If there's 1 and 1 and you XOR them, you get 0. But if there's different bits, so 0 and 1 or 1 and 0, then you get the result of 1 from the XOR operation. So for longer binary numbers, we XOR bit by bit. So for example, if we XOR these two numbers, we get this. We can XOR integers by first converting the integer from decimal to binary. We can XOR strings by first converting each character to an integer representing the Unicode character. And we're given a challenge over here. Given the string label, XOR each character with the integer 13. convert these integers back to a string and submit the flag as crypto new string. Okay, and then they give us a hint over here. So the Python Pwn tools library has a very convenient XOR function that can XOR together data of different types and lengths. But first, you may want to implement your own function to solve this. Okay, so how do we solve this challenge? We're given this string, label, and we need to XOR each character with the integer 13. So here's what the fundamental bits and what the fundamental details of this challenge involve. Okay, so we're given a string, label. So label is made up of a bunch of different characters, L-A-B-E-L, and they want us to XOR it with the constant. A constant is the constant that we're going to XOR this each one of these by is the number 13. 13. Okay, so 13 in binary is let's think about this. So let's just think about binary numbers for a second. Binary numbers, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Actually, we should do this in a row, because the numbers get really long really quick. Okay, are you not a Vim fan? No, I mean I teach using Nano because Nano is a lot easier to teach to beginners. And, well, most of the time I don't need to use any of the features from Vim. So in binary, 1 is 1, 2 is 1, 0, 3 is 1, 1, 4 is 1, was it 1, 0, 0? So it's like 2, 4. So 1, 0, 0 is 4, so that's 1, 0, 1 is 5. Hey bro, I'd like to learn Sliver C2. Do you know where I can learn it? Vim is better when on remote boxes. Vi is usually always available. I mean, Vim and Vi are usually available on Linux boxes, from what I've seen, but there are exceptions, of course. Sliver C2, Harold DeFree, hello, nice to see you here. And you want to learn about Vim? Sure. Sorry, no, you want to learn about Sliver C2? I'm pretty sure Hack Smarter has a course on it, or like a couple of modules. I'm not too sure if these are free though. Huh. Just a second. I just want to confirm this. So there's something about Sliver. Yeah, Sliver C2 Pen Testing Innovation. So there's a course for $50. And then they've got they've also got Sliver-based Windows implants, and this is pay what you can. So pay what you can means that it could be free. So let me give you the link to this. Oops. Copy link. So you could take a look at this, and there's also Sliver for Linux implants. So Harold, I hope you can make use of these. Okay, so that's so binary numbers 1 to 13. Okay, so we got 111 for 7, and then we, let's see. So it should be 1000 for that doesn't make sense. Hold on. my binary counting is off. So 7 in binary. Yeah, maybe I should just look it up. decimal to binary. Okay, decimal number 7 is 111. So 7 is 111. Okay. 7 is 111. Where did I go wrong? So at 11 1000, somewhere between here I started getting stuff wrong. So 4, I'm pretty sure 4 is 1000. Then you put a 1 here, and then, oh, okay. So it's like this. So 1001, 101, and then 110, and then 111, and then 1000. So basically what you're dealing with in binary is that each one of these places is representative of the last one, but multiplied by 2. So the first one is the number itself, so this is the 0's place, this is the 2's place, this is the 4's place, and this is the 8's place. So 8's place has 1 and then a bunch of zeros. So if we keep on counting like this, it's 1001, and then 1010, and then 1011, and then 1100, and then 1101. I need to make sure that this is correct. Okay, so 13 should be 1101. Okay, so I got that correct. Great. And like I said, math is not my strong suit. So what we need to do in this case is we need to do the XOR operation between 1101, which is 13. So the constant is 13 in decimal. This is 1101 in binary. And we need to do the XOR operation between each one of these letters. And each letter is represented by an ASCII decimal or an ASCII binary value. So if we take the lowercase l and we do like ASCII to binary, we can probably find it on one of these apps. So lowercase l, and then we convert it into binary output, then we get this number here. So for example, we got L equals this number in binary. So if we're going to do the operation between two binary numbers, so if we do it for the first one here, then we get this result. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now, so while the ads run on Twitch, we're just going to take a little break and look at the birds. Check out these birds, everybody. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, we'll put the birds away and we'll get back to our lesson. So, okay, so we got the constant 13, which in binary is this number. And then we need to XOR it with the lowercase l, which is this number in binary. So we just go across the board and we do 0 and 0 is the same, so it's returns 0. And then we got 1 and 0, which is 1. 1 and 0, which is 1. 0 and 0, which is 0. 1 and 1, which is 0, 1 and 1, which is 0, 0 and 0, which is 0, and then this. So this is the first result for our XOR operation. We need to do this for all of these letters, so L, and then A, and then B, and then E, and then L. Fortunately, we can speed up this operation using tools. So we can use a website like XOR calculator to get this sort of thing done. So it's XOR.pw. PW, is that Poland, or which country is associated with the PW domain or top level domain? PW TLD? Palau. The Republic of Palau PW. Huh, I didn't know. Aiden Hall, hello, nice to see you here. I'm back, I just need to cook dinner. Oh, no worries, no worries. PW was delegated to the island nation of Palau in 1997. So yeah, we're looking at a Palauan application. So let's do ASCII and decimal. So we know that the second input is 13 and ASCII is base. So LABEL, and we want the output to be ASCII, and then calculate that. Huh, I wonder why this didn't work. I've never heard of Palau, some island country. Yeah, it's a country. It's an island country that's aligned with the United States of America. Let's see. So label, decimal base. Oh, we need to do this all together, I think. Hold on, I've got notes for this. So our notes are going to be over where? Over here. So HackerFrogs AfterSchool Cryptography session number 4. So the method of solve for this one is we need to, well, we can build a little Python script that does this. All right, and while we're talking about the Python script, let me see if I can. So the Python script we can get from our notes page, which is over here. This calculate XOR all the time. Yeah. So we're just going to copy this code. We're going to go over to a free resource for Python. Let's see, like onlinepython.com. Okay, so if we use this website, onlinepython.com, we can run Python code, and we don't need to have anything else. We're just going to put our Python code in here, and if you wanted to know where the website is, it's over here. So, before we run the code, let's just talk about what the code is doing. So we're making a little function over here. So the function is called XOR, and I don't want to see these ads. The function is called XOR. We take in two variables, variable 1, variable 2, and we return bytes. So the bytes are going to be, well, they could be, these are just raw bytes. They might be associated with ASCII characters. They might not be. So we do A XOR variable 2, and in this case variable 2 is going to be our key integer, which is 13. So return A XOR variable 2 for A in variable 1. So variable 1 is going to be our string. So label, but in this case we need to make sure that they're bytes. I have my own GitHub page. That's awesome. Yeah, I hope you're keeping a lot of good information at the GitHub. So what we're doing is we're doing the XOR function on each one of these bytes. So it's going to return all the bytes, and it's going to XOR it with the number 13 for each one of these string characters. Okay, when we run the result, it's going to give us 5 new characters. So we got 5 characters here, and we get this answer right here, aloha. The music is getting mad intense. It's designed that way. Okay, so what we have here, so the letter L, when we did the XOR operation, it resulted in this. What we need to do to convert this back into a character is to grab the binary then convert it into decimal. So since I don't know how to do that offhand, we'll do binary to decimal, and then we'll convert that. This is the number 97. So the number 97, we can also map this to an ASCII character if we do binary to ASCII text. And then convert this, we get the letter A, because this binary number is associated with the ASCII character lowercase a. So we do this for all 5 characters, and we get the result Aloha, A-L-O-H-A. Okay, so if there's anything you don't quite understand about what's going on in the script, let me know and I'll try to explain it better. But otherwise, we can go back to the challenge here, and we can submit crypto new string. In this case, we're going to submit crypto aloha, like this. Of course, aloha means hello and goodbye in Hawaiian, which is very, very convenient. Okay, so the other way we could do this is we could use pwn tools. So pwn tools is, I mean, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure. Aiden says, I made one today about Vulnyx tech. Oh, did you solve Vulnyx tech? So pwn tools. I'm pretty sure we can't really use pwn tools here, but they talk about, we might be able to solve this using pwn tools. I mean, we can solve it on Kali Linux. So if I go over to, let's make a new tab for this. Okay, and let's work inside the Python interactive console here. So Python import from pwn import XOR, from pwn import XOR. Okay, and then after that we can do the XOR operation between two different arguments. So we do XOR 13 with the letter A, and then A is not defined. Oh, sorry, this has to be the letter A. Okay, so it says text is not bytes, assuming ASCII no guarantees. And I think what we need to do is we need to, oh yeah, it did give us the letter L. So let's just call this bytes. So this gives us the letter L. XOR needs to be, the XOR function in this case is expecting a bytes object and not string. Oh, you did finish it. That's awesome. We're going to be taking a look at it later today, in maybe 30 minutes or so. So the B in Python over here is indicating bytes, and so we've got the L as the result for A. So if we do L instead, then we get the letter A, and L label. So it was LA, so L B O E, which is H, and then A, which is L, which is A. So this would spell out A L O H A, which is the answer. Okay, I used to watch all your live streams and never miss one part. Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much, Aiden. Okay, so that's using the XOR function. But anyways, we should probably move on to the next challenge. We got a few of them to move through today. So we'll move on to the next challenge, which is XOR properties. So I think we can talk a little bit about this before looking at the exercise. So XOR properties, we're just basically going to go through what they talk about in the challenge. So XOR properties are a bunch of different rules that apply to XOR operations. So there are several rules that apply to XOR operations as illustrated above. We've got different rules called commutative, associative, identity, and self-inverse. So these are 4 rules. They're not super complicated. We'll go through them one by one. Okay, XOR is commutative. So the order in which you XOR numbers does not affect the result. So A XOR B is the same as B XOR A. So if you've got A, B, and C, if you do A XOR B XOR C, it's the same as C XOR A XOR B. So the order doesn't matter. So the second concept is XOR is associative. So the associative nature of XOR operations means that if we have the XOR result of 2 numbers, and we know one of the 2 numbers, we can discover the other number through another XOR. So if we've got A, B, and C, and we do A XOR B, which is this number and this number, we get C, which is this number over here. But if we do C XOR A, so C is this number, we XOR with A, then we get the third value, which is B. So if we know 2 of the numbers in 3 numbers that are all XORed together, then we can get the other value. Okay, SysOS says that they're actually all mathematical proofs about the XOR operation. Yeah, these are all things that stay consistent across XOR operations. So XOR is identitive. I don't know if identitive is a word, but they use the word identity in the lesson or in the challenge. So the identitive nature of XOR means that all the results, that's the core of asymmetric encryption. So the identitive nature of XOR means that the result of any number XOR 0 will be the same number. So if you take any number, any binary number, and you XOR with 0, you get the same number back again. That's because if you XOR and you get the if you XOR any, so all these digits over here, all the zeros also result in 0, and all the ones also, well, and all the ones result in 1s, which means that any number XOR with itself is the same number. Link to this PDF. Alpha Victor Charlie, hello, nice to see you here. Yeah, I can give you a link to this document, sure. Just a second. So this is number 4. Okay, and the last rule about XOR is self-inversive. So the self-inversive nature of XOR means that the result of any number XORed with itself will be 0. So if you XOR any number with itself, the result is always 0. So we can try this with a few different numbers. So we have any number 100100, any number, and we XOR it with itself because we know that when we do the XOR operation, if the 2 digits are the same in any one of these spaces, the result is always 0. So if you XOR any number with itself, the result will always be 0s. Okay, no problem, Alpha Victor Charlie, or AVC. Is this all free on your GitHub? I mean, you can't really charge anybody money for stuff on GitHub, so yeah, it's all free. Okay, so A XOR B equals cryptography. A XOR B equals C equals cryptography. So if we suppose that A is the plain text string and B is a key, then the result of A XOR B would be C, which is ciphertext. So if we think about it like this, then we can apply XOR to cryptography pretty easily. You can, it's just a hassle to set up. Okay, so what are we looking at here? So if we've got plaintext A is equal to secret. So for example, S equals, well, A equals, so the A equals secret in ASCII, and B is a key, which is these these values over here, this string. So the ciphertext would be this. So if we were to XOR this string and this string together, we get this string. If we make sure that the plaintext and the key are the same length, then it's perfect form of cryptography. So that means if we know the ciphertext C and the key B, we can XOR them together to get the plaintext, which is A. So if we know that this is the key and we know that the ciphertext is this, then we can get the plaintext back by XORing B and C together. Okay, so let's go ahead and learn more about this by doing the XOR properties exercise over at CryptoHack. So this over here. Okay, in the last challenge you saw how XOR worked at the level of bits. In this one we're going to cover the properties of the XOR operation and then use them to undo a chain of operations that have encrypted a flag. Gaining an intuition for how this works will help greatly when it comes to attacking real crypto systems later, especially in the block ciphers category. So there are four main properties we should consider when we solve challenges using the XOR operation. So it's the ones that we were talking about earlier. Some commutative, associative, identitive, and self-inversive. So commutative means that the order in which the XOR operations is not important, and associative means that the chain of operations can be carried out without order. Identity is 0, so XOR with 0 does nothing. And lastly, something XORed with itself returns 0. So let's put this into practice. Below is a series of outputs where 3 random keys have been XORed together and with the flag. Use the above properties to undo the encryption in the final line to obtain the flag. Okay. So we've got a bunch of different, what are these called? Hexadecimal strings. So we got key 1, and then the result of XOR between key 1 and key 2, which is another hexadecimal string. The result of XOR between key 2 and key 3 is another hexadecimal string. And the result of XOR all of these together, the flag key 1, key 3, and key 2, is this value over here. So to solve this, we need to figure out what key 2 and key 3 are in order to do the XOR operation between all of these. And it says here, before you XOR these objects, be sure to decode them from hex to bytes. Okay, so I think I've got a quick script over at my session notes over here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do some operations to figure out what these different keys are. So the code that we're dealing with is in this link over here. And we're going to be using the online... You can use online Python, but I'm not going to be using online Python because it's a bit of a pain in the butt to work with. But if you don't have your own machine to run Python with, it is an option. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to be using my own Linux machine over here. So I'm just going to make a Python script called XOR second exercise? Sure. Okay. And before we run it, let's just take a little bit of time to figure out what's going on inside of the script. Okay, so let me just get rid of some of these extra spaces. So we're going to define our XOR function over here. So XOR takes in two variables, variable 1 and variable 2, and return the bytes. Return the bytes A XOR B for A, B in zip, variable 1, variable 2. So what this does is it pairs up each one of the bytes in variable 1 and variable 2, and then do the XOR operation between those pairs, and then give us back the bytes. So the next thing we need to do is we need to define the hex values converted into bytes. So we're given a bunch of hexadecimal strings over here, and we can do the operations with these hexadecimal strings. The first thing we need to do is we need to turn them into bytes. So we take each one of these strings, and then we run the from hex, what is it called? Method. The from hex method on them using the bytes module. Aiden says I have to go. Hey, nice to see you here, and yeah, see you next time. So key 1 is from hex, this hex string, and then key 2 XOR key 1 is this hex string. So these were all derived from what we saw in the challenge description over here. It was over here. So this is just all this information put into the script. Okay? And the next thing we need to do is we need to compute the different keys, because we only have the actual value of key 1. We can figure out key 2 by doing an XOR operation between key 1 and the XOR between key 1 and key 2. This is how we figure out what key 2 is. Okay, and then we figure out what key 3 is by doing the XOR operation between key 2 and the XOR operation between key 2 and key 3, which is defined up here. This is how we isolate the values of key 2 and key 3. And we know that the flag is the XOR operation of all of these together. So this XOR operation is between flag XOR all of the keys, which is defined up here, with the XOR between key 3, key 2, and key 1. So that will give us the flag. So to print it out, we just need to print out the flag variable decoded into ASCII characters. Okay? So we're going to save this out, and then we're going to run the Python script. What is it called? XOR second exercise. Okay? And we get this value over here. Crypto XOR is associative. Okay. So if you haven't solved this challenge, what you would do is you would go back to the challenge, and then you would paste it into the flag submission field to finish the challenge. Okay. So if there's anything you didn't quite understand about what's going on here, it's a bit confusing. We're just given the values of all the things XORed together, and we need to figure out, what these actual values are, because the only value we're given is key 1. And then we need to derive key 2 and key 3 based on the XOR values after these things are XORed together. Anyways, we'll move on to the next challenge. Okay, CryptoHack favorite byte. Let's learn more about XOR operation. The XOR operation by working through a challenge on CryptoHack over at this URL. So this is the next exercise over here. And this is the favorite byte exercise. So for the next few challenges, you will use what you've learned to solve some more XOR puzzles. I've hidden some data using XOR with a single byte, but that byte is a secret. Don't forget to decode from hex first. Okay, so we're just given this value right here, which is a hex string. And like we saw before, what we need to do is we need to convert the hex string into bytes using this function right here, bytes.fromHex. So I mean, I think we can anyways, we have another script that that deals with this particular exercise, and we can talk about what the script does over here. So this is the same session notes that we were doing for the other exercises. So this is challenge 3, crypto hack favorite byte. We got the links for all the stuff, and then we've got the method of solving the challenge. First off, copy the list of numbers. Numbers, including the square brackets, navigate to the online Python website. We're not necessarily going to be using the online Python website, but we're going to be using this script over here. So let's go ahead and take a look at what the script is doing. So we're in this case, we're importing a module that's called bin ASCII, which converts binary numbers and converts them to their ASCII character equivalent. So in this case, we're going to be making a string variable here, which is based on unhexlify this number, which is our hexadecimal string, and then we're going to turn it into ASCII characters. And then L, we're going to define a variable called L, which is equal to C for C in string, which is for each character in the string. And then we're going to run it over a range of 256. So 256 is the range of standard ASCII bytes. So there's 256 possible bytes. And what we want to do is we want to run a, what is it called, XOR operation between each one of these bytes and the variable n, for n and L. So L is for each character in all the strings. So n is each character in the string. We're going to join all the characters together, and then we're going to print out the result of the XOR between all those characters and that particular byte. It's going to print off 256 possible messages, and what we need to do is we need to figure out which one is the actual flag. Okay, and we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll take a break. Let's put on the birds. Here's a lovely bird having some peanuts. We'll be back in about 30 seconds, but enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. Okay, let's get back to the lesson. Alright, so what this script is going to do, essentially, is it's going to take each possible byte from 0 to 255, and it's going to give us the result of XOR between that byte and the message to see if any of them have a flag or a message that we can read. Okay, so we'll save this script and then we'll run the script. And I think we need to make this a bit smaller to format correctly to the screen. Okay, I don't know why it looks so messed up down here, but up here we see a clear message. I guess one of the reasons why we see some garbled input is because some of the ASCII characters are not printable, which means it's going to mess up our screen a bit. Okay, so I guess what we really want to do is we want to identify a flag. Actually, we identified the flag over here. So crypto hex 10 is my favorite byte. So hex 10 is the number 16 in hexadecimal. And if we didn't know, if we had like a lot of input, we could probably grep for this. Grep for the word crypto, because that's in the flag for most of these. Binary file matches. Hold on. How do we get it to show matches? Just a second. So we just run it like this. Let me take a look at grep help. Grep -- help. Show only non-empty parts of the lines that match, so -O maybe? It says binary file matches. Hold on. Does grep not want to work because there's binary bytes in there? Or -A? Okay. We managed to get it. We just needed to give it an extra thing to grep. Grep -EO. Does -EO work as well? EO? No. It doesn't work in this case because it sees that there's binary results, or there's binary input. So I mean, this works. We're able to run XOR across all the different bytes and then identify one that has the flag. So crypto hex 10 is my favorite byte. We can submit this to the challenge over here, and that solves the challenge. Okay, well, I think there's one more challenge we're going to be doing today. You either XOR or you don't. So this one's actually a very interesting challenge. Let's see if I've got anything to say about this. No. Huh, are we not supposed to do this challenge today? Just a second. Yeah, okay. So we're not actually doing this challenge today. We'll probably be doing it next time. Alright, so I think there's one more challenge I can show you that that has to do with XOR on another website. So let's see. What was that? So CTF Learn. This is another good website for learning about cybersecurity and CTF concepts. Let me log in and then we can take a look at the challenge. Oh, okay. I need to get my password for this website. Just a second, everybody. Okay, so my name on this website is ShyHat. hope this is the correct. I hope these are the correct credentials. Just a second, everybody. Okay, we're logged in. Great. So there's one challenge that I wanted to show everybody that has to do with XOR. And we'll search by the word XOR. Let's search in the cryptography category, difficulty all. Just a second. And we need to do solve challenges. Extraordinary, okay. So this is kind of similar to what we've been looking at today. If it loads up. Okay, so it says meet Roxy, a coder obsessed with being exclusively the world's best hacker. She specializes in short, cryptic, hard-to-decipher secret codes. The below hex values, for example, did she do something with them to generate a secret code? Can you figure out what? Your answer should start with 0x. So 0x means... 0x means hexadecimal. And we got these two hexadecimal values right here. What we need to do is we need to XOR these together. So let's talk about this. Okay, and so these are two hexadecimal values. So the first thing we need to do is we need to figure out what these are in binary, because if we don't know, well, if we don't have binary numbers, we can't do the XOR operation. So we could probably figure out pretty easily. Actually, wait, are there? I think there's like some sort of. There is a command to get the ASCII equivalent for these, but what we want to do is we want to convert these to binary. So let's go ahead and do that over here. We're converting hexadecimal to binary. Convert this. Okay, so here's our binary number here. We'll just copy it. And we'll just paste it in over here. So that's the first number. So the second number is this. We'll paste in this hex number and convert this. So this is a much shorter number, but still still really big. Still really big. Okay. So if we XOR these together, of course we need to pad out until we've got the same number, right? The same number of digits. So we'll go ahead and do the XOR operation. So it's going to be 1 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 1. Okay, so let me double check that number. We'll do the operation again. So 1 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 0 1. Okay, so we're just compare these two to make sure that they're the same. Great. Okay, so this is the result of XORing these two numbers together, and we're just going to get the result. Okay, we're going to do binary to hexadecimal. So plug in your binary number over here. We can convert this to coded. Okay, so this is a great little result, and this is the flag for the challenge. So remember, they want the answer in this case to start with 0x. So this is hexadecimal coded. Okay, we'll copy that, and then we'll submit it to the challenge. Where is it? This is what happens when you got too many tabs. Here. Okay. So I guess it's CTF learn, because that's the format for the flag. And we'll submit this. You can't solve this twice. Well, I mean, to people who haven't solved it, let me know if this flag works for you, or if the flag is not correct. Alright, I think that's all that's all the time we have for this lesson. So let's wrap it up. Okay, so let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. The XOR operation. So XOR is a bitwise operation which can be performed by between two or more numbers, and returns the numbers 0 if the bits are the same and 1 if they are different. So the XOR properties are this one over here. There are several rules that apply to XOR operations as illustrated above. So commutative, associative, identity, and self-inverse. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs AfterSchool Cryptography workshop, we'll take a look at the cryptographic cipher, which uses XOR principles, the OTP cipher. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about XOR. We're going to be talking about how it can be applied to cryptography, and that's going to be next time. So until next time, and next time is going to be on, what day is it today? Today's Wednesday, so it's going to be on the Friday stream. So please look forward to that. Okay. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get rid of all these tabs that we're not using. And we'll switch over to the next topic. So this is going to be the last topic for the day. This is topic number 4. So topic number 4 is this one over here. So we got a challenge that we're going to be solving over at Vulnyx. This is a CTF box challenge. That means you need to download the virtual machine that has the challenge and put it on the same network as your attacker machine. We're going to be moving through this slowly to try to illustrate some of the concepts we're going to be going over. So the challenge is called Tech, and the website that you can get it on is called Vulnyx. Okay, so before we do this last portion of the stream, I'm gonna take a little bio break. But in the meantime, I'll put on some birds, and then you can watch them while I take my little break. Okay, what is the best bird video to put on? How about the woodpeckers? Okay, we'll be back in about 2 minutes. I just need to take a little bio break, and then we'll do the last portion of the stream. Okay, but enjoy the birds. We'll be back in a bit. Okay, let's get to the hacking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 120 minutes on the clock, so that's 2 hours. We'll see where we are at the end of that that 2 hours. Okay, so 120, let's do it. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start up the virtual machine that has the challenge machine on it. Let me go ahead and do that. So this challenge is called Tech. It is a Windows CTF box challenge, which means that the virtual machine that is vulnerable is on the same network as our attacker machine. So our attacker machine for today is a Kali Linux virtual machine, and Kali Linux is a very common distribution of Linux used for cybersecurity and education purposes. So what we're going to do first is we're going to identify where this vulnerable machine is on our network. So we can do that a few different ways. If the machine is on the exact same network as your machine, you can use a tool called ARPScan to scan a particular network range. So the first thing we need to do is we need to identify where this machine is on our network, because if you can't identify where a machine is, you can't attack it. So we need to make sure that our targets are correct. Okay, so it looks like we've got 3 networking devices on this range, and we suspect that this one over here is the one we're looking for. So the one on the 40 address. So we'll copy this, and just to make sure what our address is, I think we are on ETH0, which means that our address on this network range is at the 10 address. Okay. So the first thing we like to do in each one of these exercises, we like to run an Nmap scan. So Nmap is going to tell us which ports are open and which ports are not open on a particular device at a particular IP address. It's going to try to determine which ports are open. It's going to try to give us some very verbose output, and it's going to try figuring out what type of service is running on those ports, as well as running some common scripts against those services. So when we run this, we see that there are some pretty common ports associated with Windows machines. So 139 is common, 135 and 445. We also have something that's a bit unusual, which is port 80. Port 80 is associated with unencrypted web pages. So what we could do first is we could take a look at that unencrypted web page with our browser. Take a quick look. Okay, and it looks like we found a company's web page. So TechRow, penetration testing and red team. So it looks like this is some sort of offensive security company. That's funny. And we also have some indication as to what the host name for this box is. So we see techro.nix. Okay, let's talk about this. So we identified a domain name. Techro.nix. So what we want to do is we want to map this out into our etc host file so that we can resolve this domain properly and associate it with the IP address. So it's going to copy this. And we're going to add it to our etc host file. So this is going to be techro.nix, and it's at this IP address right here. Okay, so after we save this out, anytime we type techro.nix into our terminal or into the web browser, it will load up the page at this IP address. So we're just going to save it out, and then we're going to type out http techro.nix. Okay, so this is the, yeah, so this is fine. Let's, I've noticed an interesting thing about this particular website. So if we take a look at this URL right here, so it's techro.nix page.php I equals contact.html. So this tells us a few interesting things. So first of all, this website is using PHP. So PHP is a scripting language that's used for websites. Also, this page is using a URL parameter to load web pages. NetDBG, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So these things are true. So the web page is using PHP, and the web page is using a URL parameter to load web pages. That's what this is right here. So I equals contact.html. So I is I is the URL parameter, and that also means we could fuzz. Well, we could check. We could check the I parameter for LFI, local file inclusion. So how would we do that? So we know that this is a Windows box. What is the host file over on Windows boxes? I need to figure that out. Where is the host file on Windows file systems? Okay, on Windows file system, the host file is located at C Windows System32 drivers dot etc. Okay, so C Windows 32. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna try to check to see if we can access this file via the URL parameter, and if so, then we've got local file inclusion, and we can do all sorts of other attacks based on that. So I didn't copy that over. Hold on. C Windows System32 drivers, etc. Okay. Let's try copying that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to create like a local file inclusion payload. And normally what this payload looks like is a bunch of escaped slashes, slash, and then after the end of the slashes, we reference the actual file that we want to access. In this case, it would be Windows System32 drivers, etc. Let's just try pasting this into the web app over here. And did we get anything? Okay, it looks like we didn't get anything. Huh. Well, I mean, we could try crafting some other payloads as well. Payload. There's a website called Payload Playground, which you can use to craft a bunch of different payloads for different attacks. So in this case, we're going to be looking at some local file inclusion. Man, this website is a bit heavy, huh? Okay, so the target system in this case is Windows. And let's see, common file targets. So we're just going to take a look at, oh, you know what? We had the AI gave us the wrong. It should be C Windows System 32 drivers, etc. hosts. So the AI gave us the wrong answer. Typical AI, huh? Okay, let's try it again. Still don't see anything. So the other thing we could do is we could also change up the dot slashes. We could use these dot slashes instead, the ones with the backslash, instead of the forward slash. This might give us a better result. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch right now. I'll take a little break just after I give the payload. Just a second. Still nothing, huh? Okay. Alright, we'll take a little break and we'll put on this bird. Where are you, buddy? Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, so looks like the payload didn't work. Alright, so we'll let's take a look at the payload playground. So it's target file path, and we got traversal technique standard traversal depth 4. Encoding, we might need to encode this. So we have our target file path is going to be Windows, etc. hosts. And we'll try some URL encoding. Because sometimes the web app doesn't like it when you don't encode your payloads. Let's try... Yeah, I mean, the issue might be that there's a colon in the payload. And a lot of web apps don't like colons or other non-standard special characters. Okay, so still don't see anything. Unfortunate. Anything else we can do this? There's wrapper techniques, traversal standard, Windows backslash. Okay, so we might want to do this other method with the Windows backslash. I'll give this a try. Oh, why is it file equals? No. We need to get rid of this word file. Still didn't work. And this is encoded. Okay, we'll try it one more time. The other thing we could do is we could do some fuzzing right now, but I don't know if I want to do that. There's no robots.txt file here. That's fine. What happens if we just give it nothing? We don't give it anything. Index.php? No. How about index.html? Okay, so this actually gets... Grandplay, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? How are you doing, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Are you doing a DEF CON this year? No, I'm not going to DEF CON this year. Tired. What have you been up to? Contact, portfolio, services, about, index. Okay, so I don't know if so usually the about page can give you some ideas about who works at the company. Tired of being an adult. No worries. I'm also tired of being an adult. We can be tired of being an adult together. Okay, so what do we got? We've got our... What's an easy way to pull out these names? Like John, whatever. Team member, yeah. So these are all... Let's just grab all the code first. So these are the team members. And we'll just save this out to a file. Okay, and I wonder if these names are the only things that are using this H4 block. Because if so, then that's going to be very easy for us. What we're doing right now is we're just trying to pull out the team names, or the names of the people here. I'm going to pipe this into grep. Grep for H4. Okay, so these are the names we're looking for. So if we know that these people exist, team.txt, how do we get rid of everything between... Oh, we can tr this, right? We can run tr delete. This thing. And then we can delete the slashes. tr delete slash. Okay. And then we can also delete all the white space. Because this looks a bit weird. Are these... Because I don't think deleting the spaces is what we want to do. Because yeah, then we get this. Okay, let me look it up. Trim white space. TR Linux trim white space. Okay, the Linux TR command cannot trim only leading or trailing white space because it processes characters individually. So do we want to use another command then? If you want to replace consecutive spaces or tabs with a single space, you can use the squeeze. Proper trimming edge only, you can use awk, sed, Zargs. Oh, can we just pipe this into Zargs? No, that gets rid of all of the... that gets rid of all the, what is it called? The new line characters. We want to keep the new line characters. Okay, let's see if we can figure it out. Using sed preserves internal spaces. That's a pretty long command, though. Well, I mean, I guess it is what it is. Well, it gets us what we want. It's a bit long-winded, though. That's fine. Okay, so we're just gonna redirect this into team.txt. And if we're looking for usernames, we can look over here first. Okay, so because we've got this website, we can also do some directory busting. So we'll do directory busting. We'll call this the fuzzing tab. So we'll run GoBuster. With our good old, what is it called? User share wordless. Dirbuster directory list 2.3 medium. Yeah, okay. And we're running this on this website, techro.nix. And we need to give it some extensions: HTML, PHP, TXT, ASP, ASPX. What else might there be on there? Back. Zip. Okay, so we're checking for a bunch of different endpoints. So we got index, contact, about services, page, assets, contact. Alright, so we'll just leave this running for a while. In fact, I think what I want to do is I want to redirect this into a file so that we can look at it later. So we're just going to redirect this into GoBuster 1. Okay, we'll just leave this running for a little bit. In the meantime, what we can do is we can take a look at our Nmap port scan. Aqua, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? So what do we see? So this is Apache HTTPD. So this is an Apache server, but it's running on Windows. It's running PHP 8.2.12. I wonder if 8.2.12 is associated with any vulnerabilities. So I'll create a little research tab. And we'll run search on this thing. I don't know why it's taking so long. Okay, so nothing for this particular version. Sometimes what you want to do is you want to make the version less specific, so just 8.2 instead of 8.2.12. But I don't think the version of PHP is vulnerable in this case. Yeah. PHP nuke 8.2 arbitrary file upload. Arbitrary file upload. I don't know. That's 8.2.4, which is pretty far removed from our version of PHP, which is 8.2.12. So it's probably not gonna work. Right. So let's see if we manage to find anything good with our GoBuster scan. So a bunch of 403s, 200 for contact.html. And we've got portfolio.html. We have an assets directory. Page.php got 403. 403. 403 is like a forbidden or not authorized, right? Pages, contact. We also have this weird email address. So webthemes.com. Webthemes.com. This might be like legitimate. You know what's weird? This is not the same email address that was on the landing page. So go to the landing page. The contact is this other thing. contact@techro.nix. I mean, the other thing we should do is we should probably just do a quick look at the source code to make sure that there's not some weird stuff hiding in comments. Yeah. Doesn't seem to be. Okay, so what else was in the mmap scan? So there's port 80, there's port 135, 139, 445. So these are very common Windows ports. 5985 is also kind of unusual. Well, I mean, it's not that unusual. It's just that this is associated with WinRM. This is not a Windows Active Directory box, so our Active Directory attacks aren't going to work. But we can still do SMB enumeration. Let's go ahead and do that. So SMB is a common Windows service. And the tool that we use to enumerate SMB is netexec. So the first thing we do with netexec is try to figure out if there's null sessions on the SMB service. And what was the name of this target? It's like techros.nix. How do you spell that? techro.nix. Okay, and we're just going to do our SMB enumeration here for null sessions. Nothing comes back. Nothing comes back. That's not... Let's run some enum for Linux. To figure out if we can get some other information from the SMB service. Because there is SMB running, because we see 139 and 445. But we're not getting anything from it. And we'll call this terminal what? We'll call it our SMB enum. So enum for Linux didn't give us anything. techrow.nix. Let me double check. techrow.nix. Yeah. Server doesn't allow session using username and password with nothing. Okay, let's try the guest account. What I'm really curious about is that we just don't get any response from SMB here. Usually if, you know, usually we should get some sort of response, but I guess not. Alright, what about enum for Linux ng? This is another tool that is very similar to enum for Linux. techrow.nix. Okay, enumerating. What happened here? So target information, techrow.nix, random username, password, something something. SMB is accessible on 445, and NetBIOS is accessible on 139. Got domains and workgroup for workgroup, full NetBIOS names information. Tech, workgroup, tech. Got a MAC address. Okay, and we also got some OS information. So this is Windows Server 2019, or Windows Server 2016. So the OS version is 10, release and build, we got the numbers over here. So right now, I guess we can't really get any information from SMB. What were those other ports that are open? A bunch of ports open on the 40,000 range, which is pretty normal for Windows systems. I'm just gonna check. This is usually nothing. Stuff on the 40,000 range is not actually running legitimate services, but just for fun, I want to take a look. Okay, requested resources not found. That's fine. Although I guess we could do some fuzzing up on there as well. Alright, so this finished. Maybe we're looking for stuff that isn't 403. Okay, so this stuff definitely exists. So the assets directory, index examples, services. So I guess another thing that we could pay attention to is, I think we should do some port system with colors rather than numbers. The gradient of ports. Freedom, Dow, hello, nice to see you here. I mean, I didn't invent the system, I just work inside of it. Okay, so here. So if we figure out the type of software that is being used to deploy this app, so webthemes.com, webthemes.com, template by webthemes.com. So are there vulnerabilities for web themes? Okay, didn't find anything for web themes. We have a possible LFI payload. possible LFI on a particular endpoint that we found over here. So page.php I equals contact.html. So I mean, this loads up the web page. Yeah. So I equals contact.html or I equals index.html. So we can probably use this to get some local file inclusion testing done. And the way we'd do that is we'd run something like FFUF with a bunch of common local file inclusion payloads. Let me see if I can find some. So LFI payloads for Windows. So LFI Windows file check.txt. Let's see if it's a good list. Okay. Freedom Dow says, if you hack something, you kind of become an engineer because you force the blue team to change their code, so you're building. Kind of, yeah, kind of. I mean, the thing is that there's no blue without red, or there's no red without blue. I don't know if there's a blue without red. So let's see. LFI payloads. I'm pretty sure there was one from... Yeah, this is a good list. This is a good list we could use. So this one is for... Okay, this is a good list we'll use. LFI payloads, let's download it. wget this thing. Okay, and then, oh. Yeah, okay, but the name of the file is not great. So let's move this, and we'll make it LFI pay.txt. Okay, there is a blue without red when John Lemon imagines comes true. That's true, that's true. Okay, so we'll FFUF, and we'll include the... I haven't done FFUF with the fuzzing payload in a while. Let me see if I can look it up on in my notes. Okay, I think... So I'm just copy-pasting some payloads I've used in the past. Are you running Windows locally or is it Cloud Windows? So, I mean, my Windows is local. My Kali Linux is not local. Okay, so the word list is going to be LFI pay. .txt. And the fuzzing path is going to be over... So I equals fuzz. And this endpoint is called tegra.nix page.php. Let's copy that. Why am I doing this in the wrong in the wrong tab? This should be my fuzzing. Oh, let's just call this our FFUF tab. Okay, which cloud provider do you like the most? I don't really use cloud providers. I'm not the person to ask in this case. Okay, so we're looking for not status 403. So we're gonna filter on status, filter on code 403. Okay, we're getting also status 400. So we're gonna also filter on status 400. Okay, do you use VPS for your Windows or Kali? No, I'm not using any VPS. Huh. It looks like we're not getting any hits. That's kind of disappointing. Yeah, we didn't find anything. So 403 and 400. Our payloads are all stuff like this. Yeah, but none of this worked. Kind of disappointing because I thought that local file inclusion would be the way in. Okay, let's put on the birds, and we'll be back in about 40 seconds. I just need to take a little water break. Okay, we're back. So yeah, I didn't find anything. So we got portfolio.html. The other thing that might be present here is malicious file upload. Let's check the portfolio.html page. Birds, yeah. Okay, so portfolio.html. This is just a gallery page. Huh. All right. What about the assets directory? All right. I mean, we've got access to the assets directory, but it doesn't really. This is just a bunch of JavaScript. Fancy box. Okay, I had one of my 0 days public, but someone else released it. Someone else... You had it public, but someone else released it. Wait, how does that work? Did you try to do responsible disclosure and then somebody else released it before you were able to report it, or what happened there? Okay, so the portfolio uses these images. Fonts and CSS are not really anything we need to pay much attention to. Okay, we've got our services page. Can we submit anything on this contact page? Test, 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 send message. So what actually got sent over? Contact.html. Okay, so the page.php page, it loads in the information. So we know that this website's using PHP. It's loading in pages. We just need to find some way to get it to load the pages we want instead of the pages it wants. Okay, I did responsible disclosure, then they denied it on HackerOne, then a couple of months later someone else took it, and I guess reported it to a different company. Now it's blowing up. It was a private storage side channel attack for browsers to get app out-of-bound information from the machine. You load an advert with some JS and you can see what apps you use, even do keylogging. Oh, awesome. But I'm sorry to hear that, I mean, I guess when you say that they reported it to a different company, are you talking about a different, like, bug bounty platform, like not HackerOne, but BugCrowd instead, or something else? I still think local file inclusion is the way to go. Okay, so let's see. So the parameter and prefix is I. Common file targets, System32 drivers extra hosts. Yeah, travel depth, traversal depth, encoding, append null byte, wrapper technique. I mean, I guess we could try these wrapper techniques afterwards. I guess they went with the direct channel with Google instead of HackerOne. Oh, it was... Are you saying that this was for a Google app? That's nuts. Okay, it was an O day. I reported for X because I kept having it attack me over months. I called it cache bleed, mainly it was targeting high-profile users on X, journalists, etc. Really? Okay, so we'll try a few different payloads again. Whoops. I made its POC, yeah, for Chrome and Mozilla. It's not patched. It's not even patched right now. Jeez. Suggest setting a script to automatically delete your cache information every time you load a web page. This defeats the attack. Setting a script to delete your cache information every time you load a web page. And I mean, I guess, is it something you need to navigate? Wait. How is it transmitted then? So do you just need to navigate to a page where the advertisement with the malicious JS is running? So do you just need to load up the malicious advertising file with the JS, right? Okay, so what other variations can we do on this? So we'll try appending the null byte. Still doesn't work. We'll try URL double encoding it. Seems like overkill. And what does the null byte look like? So this isn't working. Traversal depth, I guess the other thing we could do is we could try like a deeper traversal depth as well. Okay, yeah, red teams pay for ads. Pay for ads with a bit of JS. Possibly even large corporations use this tag to attack end users. I mean, I don't know about large corporations using it to attack people. Not sure about that. So the contact page, the assets directory is wide open. It's got to be something I'm missing. Let's try it with some wrapper techniques. The other thing we could try is we could try fuzzing for another parameter. We know that there's an I parameter, but maybe there's another parameter that might work. So we'll get like a standard payload. Where's our standard payload? So the common target's going to be etc. hosts. We'll URL encode this because there's a colon in there, and no wrapper. So this is going to be our payload. We're looking for something. Okay, and for our word list, we'll try standard parameter names. So locate. So seclist has a big list for LFI. No. It's burp suite, right? Oops. Rep LFI. So we got J Haddix's list. Okay, if you want to read about it, it's called Frost. I call it, they called it Frost, I call it Cache Bleed. Okay, let me grab the link, and I'll check it out after the stream. Thanks a lot. I should probably put this in an incognito window. Okay, but yeah, thanks a lot for him, Dow. Okay, so we'll let's see, let's look at LFI. Well, we can try using the J Haddix list. Loading the link like you're gonna hit it. Well, it's gotta stay safe. What was that standard list I used in the past? I keep on coming back to old write-ups that I did a long time ago. So this is the one we're going to use now. It's a much bigger list. And we didn't find anything. That's great. Okay, go to the library. Go to the library and load it. I wonder if there's like a better list of payloads for Windows we could try for LFI testing. Because we found one, but maybe we should find... Maybe we should find a better one. Okay, let's see. Twitch is being attacked with this. I made an entire GUI program that is pure Python, no cache. Uses ffplay, ffmpeg, streamlink, and Twitch API. Recreated Twitch because this problem is so annoying. The entire Twitch I have is an AES GCM encryption. Even these chats, etc. to my follows. Oh, interesting. Red team. Well, I mean, I guess they might not be super enthusiastic about that. But you're doing this all through like bug bounty, right? And they don't want to accept your report. Okay, payload all the things. So we got file inclusion. Where are our lists? There was another tool that I was looking at before. It was called like LFI map or LFI dump. LFI dump, yeah. Look at this one before. Let's take a look at the word list over there. So we got all and we got proc. All. And is this Linux only? I mean, I'm looking at a Windows target right now. But this seems to be Linux only. Okay, let's see. LFI payloads.txt. I think we were just looking at that. Path traversal LFI word list. Yeah, this is what we're looking at before. Okay, they wouldn't accept the bug bounty and they won't patch it. It keeps attacking me and I use Twitch a lot. Oh, that sounds pretty bad. Okay, I guess raw is where we're going wrong. GitHub usercontent.com. Let's just look up this guy's GitHub. That's the only thing they've got here, huh? This guy has a lot of repositories. Okay, so let's go back to the drawing board. We've got all of our standard Windows boards open, but nothing is responding to SMB, or I'm not really getting too much of a response through SMB. When we did our fuzzing, there's also an examples endpoint. See if we can access that. It just doesn't give us anything. I mean, it's only bad if you are profiled and you have a high value target. If you're a high value target, normally people won't even see it. It's for elite and journos, politicians are being hit by it, anyone who's a really high value target. High value target. I mean, most people... Yeah, I guess most people don't really qualify there. This comes back as a server error. So 503 is server side, right? Yeah, okay. So services, portfolio, examples. It costs a fair amount of money and GPU time to run the setup. It's ML based. Oh, so you wouldn't want to do this on any old person. You need to make sure that they're a VIP, a very important person, right? I mean, I guess another thing we could do is we could just run some basic curl on this. Failed to connect, could not connect to server. Did I use the wrong address? Could not connect to server. Okay, let's see. I defeated it by using some API encryption so that browsers can easily do this and defeat it. It's mainly possible on Twitch because of ad serving. Oh, okay. So you're saying that you need to... Now, how would you ensure that the people watching Twitch are getting your specific ads? Why doesn't this... Why doesn't it resolve? So Techer.nix could not connect to server. Did the server die? host down. Oh! The machine shut off. The machine shut off because it's using a demo version of Windows. So, you might notice on some of these box websites that the version of Windows is a test version of, well, like a, what was it, demo version of Windows, and it'll go down every hour or so. Okay, reverse engineered Twitch so I no longer get ads. It just loads your stream with via FFplay and Streamlink and connects to chat with the custom GUI using Twitch's API. That's some pretty clever work. Sounds like, for sure. Okay, let's make sure that it's up. Okay, it's up. Great. That means we can run our curl command. And we just want to get the headers. So that's, I think it's like -I. But we want to sever the headers from both ends. So we'll just run it with head. Yeah, nothing super interesting here. We also have like OpenSSL, like a specific version of OpenSSL, which we could also enumerate. Not that we're really expecting anything. And we also don't see the version number there. Well, I mean, we're not making very much progress. I'll give it another 10 minutes. If we don't make any progress in 10 minutes, we might try to get ourselves unstuck with the write-up. I'm pretty sure the way in is through local file inclusion, but I'm not too sure about what payload we use to get around whatever filter they might have in place. Because there's no reason why they'd be loading in pages using a URL parameter. It's too suspicious. Aside from that, there are not too many leads that we can follow. I wonder if there's any clues in the challenge description. Okay, what's interesting, the way that I have this chat set up, that I get receipts for sent messages. On Twitch's website, when you are blacklisted or banned, you send a message and it shows up in the chat box. But no message sends to chat a literal yelling into a void moment. Okay, this is a medium level box. Okay, so it's not going to be no easy wins here, huh? Oh, okay. So we've got some... Yeah, so this is LFI. So it's local file inclusion, it's PHP log poisoning RCE. So I guess LFI is the way into the box according to the tags over here. It's just that I don't know which payload to use. Let's get ourselves unstuck. We'll take a look at a write-up. Yeah, so they're running their nmap over here. So they just run netexec by itself to get some information about the server. That's interesting. I don't think I've done that before. Wait. Why is my history all messed up? Netexec. SMB techro.nix. Okay, I guess it's just me that some days I'll just have like 20 or 30 VPN nodes, and every single IP just gets blacklisted. No matter how many nodes I boot up, the IP is always blacklisted, and Twitch API doesn't do this. They just accept your token and you're good. I guess kids are spamming and trolling certain days, and I can't chat anymore via the website. Yeah, so we do get some... So according to SMB, the name of the domain is... Well, the name of the domain here is tech for SMB. The name is tech and the domain is tech. But Freedom DAO, are you really big on Twitch? Do you do live streaming, or do you do live streaming? Do you watch a bunch of people on Twitch? Let me know. Okay, so null session fails, access denied, right? So SMB map. I don't think I've used SMB map before. I've tried SMB client and I've tried netexec. But it doesn't give you shares. So if you just try null session, username null, password null, and ask for shares, it just says no. And what else? We could try for users as well, or like red brute. You do live stream, but I'm limited on data right now. Let's see, I've streamed a lot of AI stuff, early thinking models, ChatGPT voice development, ChatGPT alpha stuff, etc., etc. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Let me. Are you part of the list, like infosecstreams.com? Wow, quite a few people on right now. So there's me, and there's BlazeBits, and there's Romans. So there's a lot of people who do infosec and cybersecurity streaming, but most of the time there are not too many different people on. It's always the same people. Yeah, okay. So we can't red brute this. Let's get rid of a bunch of these windows we're not using. Okay, RPC null sessions. So RPC client, port 80, curl, okay. We go to the site, and then we identify, yeah, so URL parameters from page.php. So there's local file inclusion possible, so wait, why does this work? Okay, let me Let me go back. So this is what? Page.php. C, what was it? C Windows. What was it? Where are my payloads? So this is just not encoded at all, huh? So no URL encoding, C, Windows, System32 drivers, etc. hosts. And for some reason, maybe it doesn't work because it doesn't like capitalization. That'd be weird. So is it because it doesn't like the capitalization? Wow. Wow, that is you know, today I learned that sometimes the capitalization really matters. All right, so from here we can get more stuff done. Does it? I mean, I guess it does in this case. I mean, if we capitalize the W in Windows or the C in C drive, we don't get anything. But if we make everything lowercase, then it works. But if we try making the W in Windows uppercase, then it disappears. Mr. Sohitra Kim, hello, nice to see you here. What are we doing? That is weird. So they really need to add this to the LFI payloads list. That's Apache then? Yeah, this is Apache. So it's an Apache HTTP server running PHP on Windows. Not IIS, yeah. Some systems are case sensitive. So XAMPP stack likely? Yeah, probably. Let's see, Freedom says, if you get into Wi-Fi CSI LMK, I got some sick progs, even keyloggers. Oh, I mean, I don't think I've really dealt with that stuff before. So this is our lesson learned, right? I should probably start like a write-up on this. Let me go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is for Vulnyx. And this is a medium difficulty box. Add medium. Okay, and this is called tech. And I guess there's another thing I should add when I'm doing my write-up for gotcha moments. So this LFI attack requires all of the payload string to be in lowercase. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I guess we should specify that this is in Apache server running PHP on Windows. Okay, so the concept here, we're dealing with local file inclusion, otherwise known as LFI. And from the tags, it also has elements of log poisoning, when I was first learning about network service hacking, I thought that log poisoning was the coolest thing ever. But nowadays, I think that log poisoning is a big pain in the butt because getting it to go off properly is a big pain in the butt sometimes. Okay, let's see. April says, any idea why? It's usually Linux that is case sensitive for directories. I mean, it might be because it's running using an Apache server. But sometimes, like, case sensitivity in, like, web stuff can be... Sometimes that's a really big gotcha moment as well. Okay, so... let's record this. Nullsec, hello, nice to see you here. It's usually Linux that's case sensitive for directories. Yeah, okay, Nullsec and April are the same person. Massive, let's see. Massive lag in restream. Oh, are you talking about the YouTube side? Yeah, YouTube can get kind of... I mean... Restream shows me as my stream as being healthy though. Okay, method to solve. So let's just recap everything we've learned up until this point. So there are a lot of standard Windows ports open on this machine, and also port 80. On the web app, on port 80, there is a web page that is loading in other pages via a URL parameter. Which is I. So any idea why the case sensitivity on that box? No idea why there's case sensitivity on this box. It's just that there is case sensitivity on the box, which is not great because all of the LFI payloads that I recorded over here Oh, these are all capital C. So I was fuzzing it using this list earlier, but because these all start with the capital C, none of them got through. That is diabolical. But no, I have no idea why this box is case sensitive. We just have to accept the fact that it is. Okay. So we have to test for LFI using some fuzzing. If it were IIS, it wouldn't be. It's because of Apache, so Apache makes it case sensitive. If it was IIS, it wouldn't be. Well, I mean, I really haven't done all that much LFI on Windows, so I couldn't say. Probably a security feature. That's a good one that has confused me. That's probably... I mean, do you think it's a feature or just something accidental, though? Okay, so to test some LFI using some fuzzing, I wonder if there is... Yeah, common file targets over at LFI Playground. These are all capital C. So none of these would work. Every payload that we create using this this website would not work. Happy accident. Happy accident? I mean, maybe. Target file path. I mean, we could manually set it to... I mean, maybe this is just something you have to pay attention to sometimes. Sometimes it's got to be lowercase. Okay, none of the standard Windows LFI payloads will work. Because the web app doesn't accept capital letters in the file paths. Or in the directory paths. Okay, you know what? You know what we should do? We should check to see if this applies across everything on the entire website. So if we go over here, this is like index.html. Right? But what happens if we do index.html with a capital I? Capital I index.html. This still goes through. Okay, do you know about the PHP filter zip data? Yeah. I mean, I wonder if that's going to work in this case. Because sometimes you can do PHP filter chains to get remote code execution that way. But I don't think that's the intended method for this box. I think the intended method for this box is just straight log poisoning. Or maybe page.php I equals... So I mean, this works, but if for some reason you make even one of the letters capital, then everything disappears. But yeah, filter chains. Let's see if filter chains works on this box. Let me look it up. Okay, so the PHP filter chains attack. Oh, I don't have the payload. All right, let's look it up. Easy to lowercase an entire file or list. Yeah. I mean, if we know to look for it, we can just run. We just run something over the entire list, or the program while it's running, right? PHP filter chains, filter chain generator. Okay, so there's like a Python script over here. It's bypassing filters on regex or even running in WSL. Okay, a CLI to generate PHP filter chains to get your RCE without uploading a file if you control entirely the parameter passed to a require or include in PHP. So filter chains, a PHP chain you want to inject. Example of a chain generating PHP info. The chain PHP info is indeed prepended. Okay, so we'll try this out. We need to git clone this. And we'll just run the thing, and we'll try to get the PHP info to run. Why is it all this? Okay. That's a really big command. Okay. We need just this part of the command. Copy that. So this is the whole chain that we have to put in. So PHP filter this really big thing. And I guess we would put this after... Okay, NetDBG says, can you give me some links for websites with secret good stuff for learning? Secret good stuff for learning? Yeah, I've got a whole list of education materials over here. Take a look. The other thing about this is that it might not work because it's got capital letters. It's got a lot of capital letters in here. Maybe we need to convert all of this to lowercase. Convert this entire thing to lowercase. Because if we just paste this in, it's going to give us nothing. Because there's capital letters. Yeah. Okay, we need to find some way to run so this entire output, I mean, we can just save the entire output to a file. Actually, wait. There might be a web app that does the same thing, right? If we go over to convert to lowercase, there's probably some web app that does this thing. Convert uppercase to lowercase and lowercase. Convertcase.net. Sure. So this is the thing. And then we want to make everything lowercase. Okay, and then everything's lowercase, and then we recopy this. Okay, .fic, what is that? What is that link? Okay, and then now that we've copied it, we'll give this a try on the actual website. And nothing appears. So I guess maybe this this particular web app is immune to the PHP filter chains. That's a Rickroll. Oh, okay. Thank you for following. I can't tell if that's something in Chinese. That's my guess. You know what I could do? I could put this in the translator. So good old Google. Or translate.google.com. Over here, and it'll tell me what this username means and which language it probably is. I'm guessing that this is traditional Chinese characters. Dutch Drummond. Okay, so this is probably a traditional Chinese character word. Where are we? The link I gave you with the help you with the PHP wrapper. Sorry, I don't see any links. Forget it. No worries, no worries. I'm just trying to understand where my viewers are coming from. But thank you very much for the follow. Okay, so where are we? Okay, so we're not gonna do the PHP filter chains attack. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna try to figure out if we can find the log files. So if we are able to find the log files, then we can do our log poisoning attack, which is probably what they want us to do. So I'll just ask our good old friend, the AI. Okay, on a Windows XAMPP stack, where are the Apache logs stored? And hopefully it can give me... Okay, on a Windows XAMPP stack, Apache logs are in the C XAMPP Apache logs, especially error.log and access.log. So XAMPP Apache logs. Okay, but we need to change this so that it doesn't have cursed capital letters. So access.log. Ah, we can't see access.log. Go deep hacking search PHP wrapper. I mean, we might try the PHP wrapper later. Let's see, access.log and error.log. We can't see this stuff. I mean, what other directories could this be in? If your XAMPP install is in a different folder, the path is usually the same relative to that install directory. The other thing we could look at is we could look at the LFI list, like payload list. Let's cap this out and then grep for only capital C colon. Okay. So let's see if we can find the php.ini file. Okay. Can't find it. We've got our program files. PHP wrappers. So clog. We can also try clog access log or inetpub. Yeah, it might be in the inetpub directory as well. So clog. No, it's not in here. So where could this have been installed? So maybe it's in the... Apache logs access.log. Apache log access.log. Nope. What was the file that worked? It was this one. So C Windows System32, drivers, etc. hosts. These were all backslashes though. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so let's go ahead and take a break. And we'll put on the birds. How about these birds? We'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds and the music. Oh, you know what we could do? Okay, so we've got our LFI payload list over here, but we need to make sure that everything is in lowercase. So what we could do is we could run this through.
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? Wow. Anytime you do something on the CLI, you're doing a hacking. But thank you very much, Nullsec, for the redeem. Thank you. Okay, so let me look up like a very quick. Linux convert to lowercase. So how to convert a string to lowercase in bash. So use the tr upper and lower command. Oh, okay. That seems simple enough. So just run the file and then tr upper to lower. Ooh. Okay, great. And then we'll redirect that into lowercase lfi.txt. Sure. Okay, and then we'll run that through FFUF. Big Doggy, hello, nice to see you here. Twitch's ad player is so bad it literally crashes the browser thread that's running for me. I usually see a big lag spike when Twitch runs ads, but I haven't found anything that's super reliable for blocking Twitch ads right now. Okay, so this... What was it? Alt? Delete? Yeah, Alt delete. Okay, this deletes by special characters. So we're looking for... lowercase lfi.txt. Okay, awesome. Yeah, so we're actually doing some fuzzing now. So we found the XAMPP apache conf.htpd configuration file, and we might find some other ones as well. There's a few near the end of the list. And we only found those two. Where are the log files then? So it's installed in XAMPP Apache, but where are the log files? XAMPP Apache logs access.log, so this doesn't exist. So there's going to be either the access logs file or the error log file. We know that the XAMPP stack is installed in the czamp directory. Let's try asking some questions. Okay, we know that the install directory for XAMPP is this. Where are the access and error logs likely to be? Okay, if the XAMPP is installed under C XAMPP Apache, the Apache logs are most likely stored in C XAMPP Apache logs. The usual files are access.log for requests and errors.log for server errors. So apache/logs/access.log. Let's try both of those. Where are we? Here. C XAMPP Apache logs access.log. Okay, so this comes up as Zippo. And error.log. Yeah, both of these, neither of these exist. More case sensitivity? I mean, it's all lowercase. Everything that I've been typing in right now has been lowercase. Okay, are there any other locations? The log. There are the other locations the logs could be. But they can be redirected elsewhere if Apache's config was oh, you know what? Maybe we should take a look at the configuration. Because we've got access to the configuration file. Let me just figure out where that thing was. Over here. hcp.conf. hcp.conf. Let's copy that. Let's take a look at the file. Searching for the word logs. Okay, how about logs with the... Man, this is a big file. You know what we do with big files? We feed them to the LLM. So select all. Does this Apache configuration document tell us which directory the logs are in? Think about it. Okay, this config explicitly sets the log paths. So server root is set to czamp Apache. Great. That means that any log path that doesn't start with the drive letter is relative to czamp Apache. The error log is defined as logs techcrow events error.log. So relative to server root, this is czamp Apache logs techcrow events error.log. Okay, and we'll look here. Access.log is techcrow events access.log. Alright, I think we have found our log files. No. I think we need to make these all backslashes. Fatal error, allowed memory size of... Oh wait, did the machine die again? No, it didn't die again. Although it should be dying pretty soon. Allowed memory size exhausted in czamp Apache logs techcrow events access log on line 1. So this is some PHP that's running right now. How about error.log? So it should be error.log here, and it should be access.log here. Error.log isn't coming up, and access.log, ironically enough, gives me an error. Yeah, allowed memory size exhausted. So what do we do here? We're supposed to be doing some log poisoning. So where do we include the log poisoning payload? Log poisoning payload Apache Windows. Nothing really. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? You know what? Gemini is a friend. It's giving me the payload for log poisoning. Okay, the most effective lightweight PHP web shell payload to inject is this thing. Sure. Oh, right. So this gets injected directly into the log. Okay, injecting the payload. You cannot send this payload directly into the URL path because Apache will URL encode special characters. Instead, inject it through the user agent or referrer headers, which Apache writes to access.log in raw text. Okay, using burp sudo curl. I mean, we probably just want to use some curl. Okay, nothing really says, so hacking really means Googling something, or should you know everything? Nobody knows everything. People can have, like, people can, you know, keep lists of different commands that they use for a bunch of different tools that they have, but nobody knows everything. Nobody knows everything. And one of the most important things about hacking is knowing how to research and knowing how to find the answers. It's not so much about knowing all the answers already, it's knowing how to find the answers. It is searching, yeah. Okay, so your user agent header, sure. But if you're expecting some hacker to, you know, to be some sort of genius that has everything memorized, I mean, maybe that person exists. Maybe that person exists. I'm not that person. Okay, so the user agent here, we need to make sure to put it between some single quotes and not double quotes. Get CMD. And we should probably put these between some double quotes, because we need to subscribe for being too humble. No worries, no worries. But yeah, anybody who tells you that they've got everything memorized and that they don't search for stuff, they're probably lying to you. Okay, so we're going to techro.nix index.html. Okay, so that worked, which means we can probably... Wow. No, we're not looking at this. We're looking at the access log. CMD equals who am I? Yeah, it does. I mean, hacking doesn't look like doesn't look like what it does in the movies for sure. Okay, so access.log. We can access the thing itself. Unless that movie is Mr. Robot. That's true. Well, unless that movie is Mr. Robot or some parts of... What is it called? Hacker. No, not Hackers. The Matrix. Right. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that we can't access the error .log file. This was really interesting. If you guys want to challenge yourselves with some puzzles, the daily puzzles over at thinkygames.com, these are really cool. They used real tools on Trinity's computer. Yeah, they used Nmap. And I heard that the nmap command that they used was accurate. I haven't seen it myself. I haven't seen The Matrix in like over 20 years. It feels like it's been a long time. Whenever it came out. Let's see, error.log and access.log. Techro events. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn off the machine, and then I'm going to turn it back on again, because that might make the and we're going to give ourselves another 30 minutes to get this going, or maybe 45 minutes. You need to be cracked for you to become a hacker, Mr. Robot. I mean, the other thing that Mr. Robot did was that Mr. Robot really perpetuated the, like, what is it called? The like, socially maladjusted hacker guy who only knows how to do hacking stuff and doesn't really know how to interact with people. Okay, let's try accessing the Apache log. Whoops, I forgot to turn the machine back on again. Let's do that. Again, fairly accurate. Can you tell me something where I can learn about payloads for SQL or Python? Or for some CTFs that need SQL injection? Perplexity, is it good? Well, I mean, I've had mostly good experiences with Perplexity. Every once in a while it'll say, like, you're trying to hack stuff, please don't do that, that kind of thing. Okay, so Ahmed says, can you tell me where I can learn about payloads? SQL payloads? I resemble the stereotype? Well, I think a lot of tech people kind of resemble that stereotype. So take a look at the education resources that I linked right there, and take a look at the web hacking stuff. For SQL in particular, you probably want to take a look at something like Portswigger Academy. In fact, I can give you a quick link over here. Portswigger SQL injection. Here, follow this link. Unable to connect. Wait, why can I not? Oh, this is trying to access HTTPS. Syntax error and unexpected token expecting closing bracket. Okay, so it's probably a lot easier for me to get in through error.log, but the error logs aren't showing. Yeah, so, So Techro events. I mean, we can't just look inside this directory here. That doesn't work. I think this might be bugged for me. Did you try giving the full path to who am I? The full path to who am I? Oh, you know what? The other thing about this is that this is a... nested URL parameter. So there's already a URL parameter here. So and cmd equals who am I. I mean, that didn't work either. OW Zusa, hello, nice to see you. Awazusa, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Unexpected token in Tecker Events Access Log. / Did I put that in there? I don't think I did. Howdy, howdy, love your streams. Thank you, I learned so much. Oh, thank you, yeah. I'm glad to hear about anybody learning stuff over on my channel. Okay, let's just try echoing this out to make sure that it went through properly. Yeah, so this should... I mean, if we injected this, it should be okay. But we've got this syntax error happening here in the PHP. Yeah, we're trying to do some log poisoning right now. Maybe we should try to see if it ended up in the error log as well. Nope. I thought it was the next topic. No, this is the current topic. So there's only, I mean, are there some other types of logs? There's access logs and there's error logs. Let me try looking up something on Hacktricks. The Hacktricks wiki. So Hacktricks is a really great website for learning about all sorts of different hacking topics. And I'll try seeing if I can look up some log poisoning stuff here. Okay, cache poisoning and cache deception. Okay, what's the difference between web cache poisoning and web cache deception? In web cache poisoning, the attacker causes the application to store some malicious content in the cache, and the content is served from the cache to other application users. Okay, discovery HTTP headers, cache error codes. Oh, you know what? You know what else I should do? I should probably look up in my notes to see if I've got examples of log poisoning. Yes, I do. Okay. And this log poisoning is on a Windows target as well. Huh. Okay, so the way we did it in another exercise that I was doing was through a command that looked like this. So we're just trying to access some website. And we do PHP echo pass-through, which is another method of getting the app to run system commands. So I guess what we need to do is we just need to insert our own thing here. So it's going to be what? techrow.nix index.html. So I guess the big difference between this and the other thing is that this makes an explicit post request. -X is a post request, isn't it? Yeah. There's a no. So this is passed through in the request body. Hold on, I just need to look up the curl command. Seems like burp suite would be useful here. Yeah. I mean, we could use burp suite as well. It's just that sometimes I don't want to bother. Sometimes I don't want to bother starting up burp suite because it's takes up time. Curl help. Oh, okay. Doesn't give me very much. How about some man curl? Where is my dash capital X? There's so much. There's so much in curl. Okay, so we're looking for the dash capital X. Why am I looking through the man pages when I can just Google search this really quick? Oh well, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so is searching something that equals being a script kiddie? Nothing 20, hey. If people who do searching are all script kiddies, then everybody's a script kiddie. Nobody doesn't search. I hope that helps. Okay, so we'll try to pass it through this way. Let's just do it over here. So this was us trying to pass it in through the user agent header, and this is us trying to pass it in through the post body data. Would as is in curl help at all? I'm not too sure what as is does. Okay, so we got a bad request. So it didn't like that? Bad request. Okay. Not understanding how the tools and scripts work, that is script kiddie. It's for path only. As is for path. Oh, you know what? I think I know why this didn't work. Didn't work because... Oh, this still says bad request. You know what? Let's see if we can... if it actually went through. So that was error.log. This didn't go through. Not for error.log, but how about access? Okay, I'm on my early days to learn about pen testing. Pardon me if I ask a lot of questions. No worries, ask as many questions as you like. Syntax error expecting this token backslash expected. So we got the backslash. So let me take a look at my notes. So the TripAdvisor box that I did earlier injected through let me see if I can locate another one for log poisoning. Maybe prepend your UA string with this thing with a closing bracket followed by what you want to send. Closing bracket. Closing bracket? I mean, let's give it a try. So this is the user agent. They want closing bracket followed by whatever we want to send. So closing bracket here. That would be pretty devious if it worked. No? Didn't work. Something tells me that... So there's only an error log and an access log. There are no other logs. Like web app, web server logs. There are only the access and error logs for Apache. No other types, right? Okay, by default Apache only writes two main log types, access logs and error logs. There are not separate built-in log types like SSL or refers or agent logs. So unless you're HTTP d.conf or the vhost files, custom log lines, Tecker events access and Tecker events error, as shown in your config. Okay, let's just take a look at that config file again. So let's see. Logs, Tecker events, error.log, and logs, Tecker events, access.log. These are the only two logs that exist. Or, well, the only two logs that are defined here. Okay, so apparently forward slashes are no good. Everything has to be backslashes. And even though there's an error log file defined, but we can't access it. And I'm not too sure why. Okay, well, time to get a little more help. So we know that the log poisoning is supposed to be the way in. So let's figure out what they're looking for. So we learned about the old lowercase thing over here. So C Windows System32 is all got to be lowercase. And then C XAMPP Apache conf HTTP.conf right. Well, we took a look at this for where the access and error logs are in here. Okay, can you tell me the overview of what we're doing right now? We're trying to perform a log poisoning attack. We found out that we can access arbitrary files on the server through this web app insecurity, but we're trying to figure out how how to convert this into remote code execution. If we're able to insert code into the logs, then we could do something called a log poisoning attack, which would get us remote code execution on the on the web server. Okay, custom log access.log combined. So LFI logs techro events access.log. Okay, they're running some curl. So they're talking about injecting PHP code here. And they did it in exactly the same way that we did it. Hold on. So they look at the... So I'm not too sure why it's not working for us. Because we should have been able to inject our code and get our remote code execution. Let's do this exact same thing and see if this works. I don't think it does. It's just going to give us an error again. Okay, we'll send it over to HTTP techro.nix. Okay, it goes through. And then we're supposed to be able to access the web shell from this endpoint. Or maybe it's because they're doing it through curl. I'm not too sure. We'll try doing it through curl as well. But I'm pretty sure we're just going to get the same error message that we're getting before. So it's like techro.nix. Yeah, it's not working for us because we got it errors out like this. Okay, so I think what we need to do is we need to uninstall the system and we need to reinstall the system again to get rid of the error message. So I'm just going to shut down the virtual machine, and then I'll reinstall the virtual machine. I'll completely uninstall it. It's going to take a couple of minutes. Sorry, everybody. So we're going to remove, and then we're going to install the appliance again. I broke it somehow. Yeah, I might have broke it with some previous stuff. So this is Vulnyx. This is tech. Yeah, I broke prod. I broke prod is what I did. So we're just gonna wait for the virtual machine to install again. I think I might have broken prod with all of my LFI payload things, doing the fuzzing for LFI. Okay, nothing really says. I've been jumping around Kali, Parrot, and Blackarch, now Ubuntu. I guess I'll be going with Kali again. I mean, stick with one operating system, because using a bunch of different operating systems is gonna it's just gonna confuse you. Gen 2, I mean, use whatever works. Okay, just a second, I need to configure the system, and then I can start it up again. And now I'm starting it up. So that kind of... that's kind of unfortunate. So my So the LFI payload would have worked, except for the fact that we broke the logs. Okay, I'm using Ubuntu right now to install a sim. I mean, I wouldn't put the sim on the same. I wouldn't put the sim on your attacker machine. I would use a separate. I'd use a separate VM. Okay, so let's make sure that it's on 41. Actually, let's run the ARP scan. So this is it's on 41. Okay, great. All right, so we just need to adjust our etc. host file. And then run the log poisoning command over here. Yeah, so this worked. We were able to successfully get remote code execution on the target. And it says that it's running as NT authority system. So NT authority system, that means we just need to give... We just need to upload a reverse shell binary and then execute it, and then we should be good. Let me take a look at my notes for another machine. So let's see, according to my notes, for a previous machine, what we did was we uploaded a netcat binary. I mean, I'm okay with doing that. So let's find the netcat binary. Locate nc.exe. We got a couple of them over here. So we're just gonna copy it over to this directory. What we want to do is we want to upload this to the target and then have it execute the binary to give us remote access. In the meantime, we can set up a netcat listener. So rl wrap on netcat and LVP on port 443. All right. Okay, so we got our reverse shell listener set up. Thought you were rolling with Penelope. Penelope doesn't really work very well with Windows. Penelope is much better suited to Linux targets. So for Windows targets, I think that netcat is going to be okay. We got our local host services. I'm pretty sure that they talk about the limited capabilities of Penelope on the page. Over here. And they talk about Windows this here. So auto upgrade shell, logging shell activity, in-memory HTTP script execution. I mean, maybe it's still okay with Windows, but it seems to be a lot less capabilities with maintain X amount of active shells per host no matter what, and not available on Windows. Local port forwarding also not available. I mean, it's not too much of a difference. We're only going to be getting on to get the flag for the root for the for the administrator user, and then we're going to get out. Okay, so let me get my commands. So we upload a netcat executable to the server to give us a reverse shell. So this is the command we're going to use over here. What Excel Israel, hello, nice to see you here. Just joining in. What did I miss? So we're trying to do a we just finished doing a log poisoning attack, and what we're doing right now is we're trying to get direct shell access. So what's my IP address again? Okay, my IP address is 212.10. Okay, we're going to have the victim machine download our netcat binary with this command over here. Nothing came back. Because nothing came back, I wonder if the command went through at all. Yeah, it didn't go through. Okay, so why did it not go through? I guess the reason... Oh, you know what? Maybe we should do dir for C backslash. No, that doesn't work. Escape it. So I mean, you do like double backslash, right? Escape the pipe. Oh, well, there's no pipe. I mean, I guess the other thing we want to do is... Oh, the other thing we need to keep in mind is we want to URL encode this stuff. So %20. Yeah, we do need to URL encode all our spaces. How about we dir ///////. Okay, that doesn't work. All right. So let's try doing the download command again, because I'm pretty sure... Oh, you know what we did? What we forgot to do? We forgot to host the file. We can't download something if we didn't host it. All right. Python m http.server on port 80. Okay. Are you proficient in reverse engineering? I'm not very proficient in reverse engineering. I know I can do some very, very basic things. So remember, everybody, you need to set up your stuff in order for your hack stuff to work. And if you don't set it up properly, it does not work. And then you're very sad. Okay, so we need to encode all of these spaces. So %20, %20, %20, and %20. Okay, so... Oh, curl. Wait, did we use curl? No, we used certutil. Yeah, we use certutil. You're running in root living dangerous. I'm not running in root. Where does it indicate that I'm running in root? Okay, so netcat did download, or it was accessed. Let's see what is in the directory. So netcat's here. So since netcat is here, we can probably just run netcat to get our access. So it's, let's see, netcat.exe, %20 for the space. And then space port 443 space -e space cmd. Okay, so this hangs because we should have remote access now. All right, and we're in. Who am I? We are NT Authority System. Hack Smarter is on for when you raid. Awesome, awesome, Nullsec. Thank you very much for letting me know about that. So we managed to get system access to this box. Awesome. All right, we'll talk to Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about how we got in, and then we'll finish up.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a box, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Tech Administrator, it seems as if you enjoy including files with your PHP pages using URL parameters. That is a big mistake. We managed to discover this, and then we managed to discover local files using local file inclusion, which we then leveraged into log poisoning, which led to remote command execution. Maybe you knew about the security flaws on your server, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, is this Mr. Robot? Well, I mean, the video clip is from Mr. Robot, but I kind of improvised it with the voice changer. F Society, I feel that. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to go into the administrator users directory and get the flag. So cd users, and then go into the administrator directories. Administrator. And usually the flag files that we're looking for are in the desktop directory. But there's nothing here. All right, well, maybe it's in their documents directory. I mean, we've got super user access to the system. So there's an administrator. Okay, there's administrator. You inside through the logs. Yeah, I mean, we put some malicious code in the logs, and then we used the logs to run code, and then we used the command execution through the logs to give ourselves direct access, and it turns out that the application was running as the super user, which is not usually the way you want to do it. Maybe see flag.txt. There's nothing here. Is it in the XAMPP directory? There's MySQL. So the worst part, the worst part of this is the flag hunting. I hate flag hunting. Actually, maybe we can run some PowerShell. Thank you for letting me know about the break, nullsec, and let me put on the birds. So we're just going to put on the birds. We'll be back in a bit. How about peanut time? Here you go. We'll be back in a bit, but enjoy the birds. Okay, we'll put the birds away and we'll get back to the hacking. So we've got PowerShell access. Let me see if I can look up some PowerShell command to list out all the files on the server, or all the files in the current directory and under it. So PowerShell list all files in current directory. Recursive. Is this video? Is this video some sort of exploit? I don't know if you'd call it that. Okay, to list all the files in the current directory and all the subdirectories recursively, get children recurse file. Okay, let's paste this in. So desktop.lnk downloads lnk. What? Is there only these files? Desktop.lnk and downloads.lnk? I thought there would be more. Or would it be in like the public directory? Yeah, there's nothing here. So if I'm not looking for files, then there's all this stuff. Well, I mean, the most important part about this exercise is that we learned how to do the stuff, and we learned how to do the log poisoning stuff. Alright, so I'll probably go and do my write-up after the stream is over, but yeah, stay tuned for that. What are we going to be doing next? So, today's Wednesday, there's going to be another stream on Friday. What are we looking for, fill me in? Well, we're trying to look for flag files. So typically the way you prove that you finished one of these challenges is that you find the contents of the flag file and then you submit it somewhere. But anyways, what are we going to be doing next time? So next time we're going to be streaming is on Friday. We're going to be playing a puzzle game called Tokitori. It's a game where you are a bird. So that kind of tracks with my stream because we love our birds over here. So that's going to be the gaming stuff. We're probably not going to be compiling education website lists because it's not going to be very fun to watch. I'll come up with something else to fill up that time slot. We're going to be talking about cryptography again, XOR, with HackerFrogs Cryptography, and then we're going to be doing Hack Smarter, attacking LSAS. So LSAS, this is some Windows hacking stuff. Why are we frogs? We should be birds. Well, I mean, hacker birds. I don't know if it's got the same ring to it. But let's see who's on InfoSec streams. I think Nullsec said that HackSmarter is on. Okay, HackSmarter is on. Let's see if what they're up to. So they're usually showcasing stuff from their platform. We're gonna send ourselves over there. Why do we have an ad? I guess we have 30-second ads now. Great. I'm just gonna wait it out. How about Hacker Worms or Hacker Grubs? But anyways, let's start the raid. Oh, Taco Bell, great. Okay, so it looks like... How long has it been going on? For about an hour or so. So he's going to be on for a bit longer. If you've got questions about hacking and stuff, HackSmarter has been working in offensive security for, I think it's like over 10 years. But when we get over there, please show him some love and give us the hip-hop hack. So OSFrog, let me type it out. OSFrog, hip, hop hack, OSFrog, just like this. Alright, we'll be back on Friday, but everybody have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you next time. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See you next time, everybody.
Yeah, I see Hip Hop Hack pausing the recording of the video that we're making so I can welcome all of the raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I know Hip Hop Hack. I know it is the one and only the Shy Hat. So the Shy Hat, I appreciate the raid. I appreciate all the work that